All right. All right then. Good morning, everyone. I hope you guys all excited. I hope you guys all ready for the class. Have your big cup of coffee, tea, whatever gives you the energy, right? Okay, I see people are excited. All right, that's good. That's good. Red Bull. Oh wow, 10 in the morning. Well, if the Red Bull works for you, then you more than what you go have fun with the Red Bull. Red Bull too. Mohana, do you have a Red Bull as well? Warm water. All right, that's good one with the lemon, right? All right, guys. Tell me about how is your first week going? Cardamom tea, I love that. Doing great, awesome. Let me remove my volume. Great, pretty good. You guys learn new things, a lot of things with Sumer? Very well. Yeah, Sumer is doing very amazing class. Usually everybody loves it. But then Java class comes and then people start loving it more, right? All right, guys. So today is a Saturday, right? It's Saturday. So from now on, guys, your weekends will be with me for the next couple of weeks. And here, guys, we will be learning about our programming, right? A review make things easier. Of course, a review will make easier. Sumer is amazing. Sumer is a best motivator. Sumer is a best speaker. You guys will see him. Next week, he is going to do a quick recap with you. And after that, you guys are not going to see him for some time, but he will be coming here and there talking to you guys, right? While me and other instructor, you'll be seeing a little bit more often, right? Okay, for those guys that don't know or maybe did not attend an orientation class, my name is Asal. I'll be one of your instructors, guys, right? We have multiple instructors, as we mentioned, throughout this course. Besides me teaching, you guys are going to have another great instructor, Asgar, and he's been very amazing. Batch 10 doesn't want to let him go, so he's still with them yet. And today we also, guys, have as support. We have two instructors in there. We have Mozama and we have Shiva. So anytime, guys, whenever we're doing any practice today, if you guys have any issues, any questions when you guys are going to stuck in your code, hopefully not, right? You guys are going to send it in the syntax support channel, okay? And so I welcome you everyone, guys. I'm very excited and I have a lot of passion to teaching, and I've been teaching Java for some time already, guys. And probably this is my most favorite topic of most favorite module out of our entire course, maybe because I'm an expert in it. And but all the modules, of course, will be fun. They will be different, but this is the biggest module, guys, that you will be learning. And it's going to take us about 2.5 months, I believe, to finish the concepts that require us to become a great automation engineers. And Java is very interesting, guys. Java is a very, very beautiful language. And of course, you will have to put an effort. So, and of course, Java will be different compared to your classes that you guys are going to have on the weekdays. Java, all the classes. Today, maybe you guys will hear me talking about rules, not rules, about things that we're going to do, from where to learn, what my expectation, what should be your expectation. But after that, it will be completely hands-on, right? So, and if you guys already have your second monitor, today you guys are going to see a lot of benefits of having the second monitor. If you have not, then you guys probably will realize, oh, shoot, I probably need a second monitor, right? Okay, guys, I welcome all of you. I'm also very, very excited. Usually for a lot of students, Java does become one of the favorite topics as well. And I know you guys from our orientation class, right? There's probably, I don't know, 70% of you guys coming from the referral. And I'm sure all your friends, if you ask them, if you have not asked them, please make sure you go ahead and do that. So if you ask them, hey, what will be your best suggestions for me to succeed in this course? So they're probably going to tell you, please make sure you guys learn Java, right? So from today's class, guys, we are going to stay we're going to start building our fundamentals. Why exactly Java? Why not JavaScript? So Java is one of the most popular language when it comes to the programming, right? And we will talk about today just very quickly, but also it's one of the widely used languages when it comes to test automation. And Java will be harder a little bit, of course, compared to the JavaScript. And once you learn Java, guys, then any other programming language will become very easy for you, right? Yep, it's most popular. And then if you guys will fall in love in Java, and if you guys would like to later, of course, not after this bootcamp, but let's say a few years down the road, if you would like to grow more technically, if you are becoming a Java developer, you'll be making a great amount of money, right? Okay, so let me quickly look into the things. So, oh, I need a link. One moment, guys. I need a link. Let's do this to myself. Let me pull it up for my canvas. A moment. Oh, one moment, guys. I'm not looking at submit here. One moment, guys. Let me quickly. We'll do a little bit of talking, clarifying the things. No, that's not my password. All right, it's right. And oops. All right, that's very quick things, right? I'm sure you guys all looking in your calendar, right? Let me, okay. Oh, sorry, you guys batch 11, right? Let's go back in here. All right, October 2nd, right? October 2nd. So today you guys having your Java classes, and I'm sure you guys are all served through your through the canvas already. Right here, you guys will see the topics. So what is going to happen, guys, for the first months, only on the weekends we are going to have a Java classes, right? On Tuesdays and Wednesdays, you're going to have non-technical classes. So you guys will finish SDLC, then we'll be teaching you manual testing. And then what is going to happen from next Thursday, we start having review classes. So these review classes, they will be about Java, right? So for example, today and tomorrow, whatever amount of information we are going to learn, then you guys going to have additional Thursday. We do say it's an optional, however, we do ask you to attend because there you guys will be going over some new examples. There's a little bit more in-depth information will be given, and especially for those if you guys want to understand something, but I'll make sure you guys do, right? This will be just additional way where you guys can, you know, get a better understanding of some of the materials if you have not. Okay, so all the review classes, guys, they will be technical. And then after 1 month, that's when more fun starts. That's when you guys going to go completely full into the program, right? But for now, only weekends. Recorded classes, of course, they will be, of course, guys, everything is, that's the best part, right? So everything will be recorded and will be uploaded to Google Drive. So anytime you guys missed it or just want to go back and rewatch it anytime, all videos will be available in there. However, my suggestion, guys, please make sure you do attend. Asghar is a great instructor. He's the one who will be starting with your review classes, and you guys will learn a lot from him. Okay. So, all right. So, and as you guys know, today we are going to spend 5 hours together. So at first it probably sounds, oh my God, 5 hours, the class is going to so long. I got all my coffee and cookies, whatever I need, right? But actually time will go very fast. And because, as I mentioned, the class is very hands-on and very practical, you guys will be following me typing, and then I'll be giving you some exercises. So the time usually goes quickly. But of course, guys, we are going to have breaks. And the way we usually do, guys, we try to give 2 short breaks. We are going to have a break around 11:30 for 15 minutes and around 1:15 also for another 15 minutes. right? So whenever there's a logical end of the thoughts and whenever we complete the assignment, so 11:30, 11:20, 35, whatever that time will be, right? So that's when we're going to have a break. So 2 breaks, right? Very quick, but I hope you guys will be, that will be enough for you, okay? So once again, guys, any issues you're going to have today while doing the coding, right? Today, first day, you guys are going to do the coding. You guys going to write our first famous program that all programmers do, right? Hello world. And in case if there's any issues, you guys going to post it in the support channel, right? Okay, so let me ask you guys, okay? So we'll go over some this stuff, right? So this is the topics that we got going to cover today, and I'm sure guys you saw, there you go, happy dance, right? And I'm sure you guys saw these topics already in the canvas, right? So there's a few things that we're going to go over about how do you succeed, right? How do you succeed? Because as I mentioned, Java classes are different than your STLC class, right? So let me ask you guys, did any one of you have any programming knowledge? I know we asked you, but I want to ask one more time. No, nope. Dema, if I said it right, it's okay. In few classes, I'm going to see a happy face. Basics, okay, that's good. Somebody, I think one person, guys, out of all of us, right? Nothing. And oh, poquito, a little, okay, I see basic. That's good, right? So you guys see, we all starting the same. Some of you sure maybe have a little bit, some of my, but majority of you are not. But you guys will be very amazed in even 1 month down the road, guys, you will be very amazed of how much you are going to learn. A little bit a year ago, okay, then the things will be easier for you from YouTube tutorials. Okay, that's good. All right, so most of you not coming from any background, right? And so how do you succeed in the course, right? How do you succeed in the course? As I mentioned, class is very practical, guys. And if you are just attending the lecture, let's say, and you're just sitting there, I don't know, getting instructed for the things, probably 5% of the information, that's what you're going to get. Why? Because we are not using, you guys not using programming in your daily life, right? Something that we don't use, it's stored in our short memory. As soon as we go into close the laptop, that's it, the things will be gone, right? Okay, so then what we suggest you to do, right? Always attend the sessions, guys. Every single session, you guys going to learn something, right? We're going to learn something. And for you guys that don't have any background, please don't be scared. We will be starting very slow. And then of course, our pace will be increasing. The more knowledge you are guys going to get, and the slowly the pace will start increasing, right? So what we do suggest, especially because it's a technical classes, I do suggest you to come prepared, right? It does not mean that I'm going to ask you, hey, go ahead and Aisha, go ahead and study for 2 hours before the class. No, guys, just spend 20-30 minutes right before the class, right? After the class, of course, you guys going to have to spend more time, but before the class, 20-30 minutes if you guys have, just do a little bit reading, right? Do a little bit reading on the topics, and of course watch some YouTube tutorials. And I'm going to share with you guys some of those that we do recommend, that we find are very good. They're about maybe 5 to 10 minutes video, and I'm sure you guys all have that, right? And so the rest of the part, guys, will come from the discussions and demonstrations. So I want all of you to be active, guys, okay? I will, whenever I'll be giving you the tasks, you guys will be sharing your code in here. I will be asking you some questions. Usually from the second class, we are going to do the recap at the beginning of the class. So I want you to be guys all active, okay? And of course, guys, 75% of how you succeed, especially in the programming, is by practicing, right? So remember, guys, 10 to 15 hours in a week, that's what we're asking from all of you, right? If you want to become a great programmer, if you want to become like one of your friends, right? And then ending up in having a really good job, switching your career, getting a good pay, right? That's what you guys have to do. And here, the rest of the things, guys, what you will see, there will be discussions, teach others. So what are you guys going to have? We will be doing several projects with you guys. Probably for Java, we are going to have one once we finish our basics. So you guys are going to form a group. You guys are going to have your group discussion where you guys will be talking about Java, where you guys will be doing Java assignments together. So it will be a lot of fun, okay? I promise, a lot of fun. Okay, so that's about how we are succeeding, right? And as I mentioned, guys, every single class you guys will be learning new things, right? So today we are starting from the ground, right? So we always treat you guys as you don't have any programming knowledge, and then we start building our knowledge, right? I always give an example about the building, right? So let's say you want to build, you guys are going to have about 35 probably classes of Java, right? So let's say we try to build a 35-story building. You cannot jump from the ground and go to the 10th floor, right? You cannot jump and go all the way to the 35th floor, right? So we are going to start one by one building those blocks, but you have to make sure that those blocks are very strong, right? Your fundamentals will be very important. If your floor number 2 or floor number 3 is not strong, then now floor number 35 probably will be a little bit shaky, right? So that's why please make sure put all your efforts. And one thing, guys, to remind some of you, you do have a basic, some of you maybe study a little bit, but majority of you do not, right? And so the course is going to have its own pace, right? So we know the amount of material that we have to give you, and we know the speed with which we have to go through the course, right? So if in the beginning for some of you it's a little bit slow, guys, I'm sorry, I'm not going to speed it up for you, right? But if some of you the course is a little bit fast, right, then make sure you guys have studied additionally, right? So this way we all go all together to our floor number 35, and of course there will be different floors, right? Okay. And one thing, guys, about the coding, right? Because I know sometimes students are telling us, oh, I try to memorize, right? Remember, guys, the coding is not about memorization, right? All the things that you'll be doing over and over and over, they will become very repetitive to you, but all coding is about the logic, right? So we have to develop our logic so later, right, because there will be tons of the material, right? So as long as we understand the logic, things will be easier, okay? But how we are going to develop our logic? By practicing and practicing and practicing more, right? And one thing what I tell everyone, and give me one moment, guys. Some of you is still typing, right? Some of you guys still typing. Angelica, Elif, Ibrahim, Evgeny, can you guys please use Slack? Because I'm not looking into the Zoom chat. Please, guys, use our live channel. So here, in case if you have any questions or whatever we do in discussion, I want to see you participating here, okay? Well, maybe we will still get a little memory, guys, right? So get yourself some nuts, some whatever the things that help you with the memory, but mostly it's about logic. Okay. And last thing about how do we succeed, guys? Okay, actually, not the last thing, right? So as I mentioned, guys, do the prior research, right? Do the prior research about the topics. That's the reason we do specify, right? And I will give you some of the things, right? But it's very easy, guys. It's very easy. For example, if you want to find some material, right? Make sure you just go in Google, right? The topics that you guys are going to learn, for example, today, what are we learning today, guys? Which topics are we learning today? Let me see. Java, but what topics of Java? What is Java? Let me see. Java programming, it. We'll talk about what is programming. Java is coming from our Oracle. We'll talk about Eclipse, what is programming. Types of data, right? So let's say, so data types in Java, right? Boom, right here. Once you type, right? So here, Java T-Point is very great, very great resource. Geeks for Geeks, another very good one, right? Oracle, sometimes maybe after a couple of classes, maybe then you guys can go, because Oracle might be a little bit, you know, technical, not like technical, but sometimes the explanation could be a little bit hard, right? Beginner's book, very good ones, right? So all you guys do, you just have to go to Google. And actually, guys, Google, it's another skill that you guys will have to develop. We can find anything in Google, anything in Google, right? Okay, and last but not least, guys, some of you guys will be grasping the material very quick, and for some of you, it might take some time, right? So don't expect, please, and I don't expect from you to understand 100% of the lecture, right? So as long as you guys understanding 70 to 80%, right? 70 to 80%, that was good. So the rest 20% will come from you doing homework. Oh, and trust me, guys, we'll give you a lot of homework. And also by, you know, rewatching our videos and looking into some of the YouTube things. But the most thing, what I'm trying to tell you guys, for example, right? Maybe Tamana is going to know all of this, right? Maybe she studied already. She knows all the topics for the next few classes. And for example, Evgeny, you are a little bit, you know, behind, but this is just an example, right? So then I don't want you guys to compare yourself to others, right? Oh my God, I'm slow, and the other person already got it, or maybe I'm not smart enough, or maybe this course is not for me. No, guys, right? So what I want you to do, I want you to compare yourself to yourself, right? So tomorrow we're going to have a class, and if tomorrow you're going to think of you, okay, what did I know yesterday? Oh my God, today I know more, right? And then after 2 weeks, you look into it. Oh my God, I learned a lot, right? That's what I want you to do, guys. As long as you yourself are making a progress, that's what is more important, right? And another thing, of course, guys, I will ask you to help each other. And I saw you guys already been doing that, right? That's the best part. That's how you guys can learn, right? Teach others. What do we mean in here? You guys will be stuck in some of your programs. You guys will be stuck sometimes in your homework, right? Just message in the channels, right? Whichever channel you decide to message. And if you guys know the answer, help each other, right? That's how you guys are going to build your groups, and that's how you guys are going to build your relationship. Because remember, guys, we are here together for the next 6 months, and I want to see all of you who joined today. I want to see you guys finishing the course, and I want you to see you when I'll be doing your interview preparation, okay? All right, teamwork, dream work, right? So now I hope you guys excited, right? I hope you guys excited. Nothing to be scared today, guys. Things will be easy. And I just hope you guys all install Java. And so this way we can do our practice, right? Okay, good. So why don't we start? Why don't we start, right? So we'll talk about intro our programming, right? So can you guys tell me what is a program, right? Today is your first programming class. Maybe you took some in the universities, but let's think of it, today is your first programming class. Jimmy, you should have done it before. You should have done it before. Today it's fine, but in case if you have any issues, please post it in the support channel. But in the future, guys, we are going to install different softwares. Please make sure it has done before the class, so this way you don't lose attention during the class. Programming is the process of making software and different applications. All right. Coding, programming is a coding, right? That's what we all know. Programmers, coders, and we always think of them. Oh my God, I used to think that all those programmers are genius. It's an instructions that we go, programming is an instructions that we going be given to the computers, right? And then they'll computers will be performing some task. Attempt to computer to complete a specific task without making mistakes. That's a good one, right? So we will have to make sure there's no mistakes, right? That's why there's a testers, right? To make sure that all those softwares are performed correct. And the process of designing and building an executable program. Wow, that's very amazing. Okay, in case if you guys have any issues, first first few minutes we will be just talking, guys. So if you have any issues, please make sure you take care of Java and Eclipse. Making the rules of behavior for the computers, right? Making rules, okay, that's a good one. Let me ask you guys, what do you guys think about computers? Are computers smart? Computers are not smart, but who makes them smart, guys? Who they making the computers themselves, they're not smart, but who making them smart? Programmers, humans, right? People who are developing all these things, right? That all the software that we building and we putting inside, that's what it makes it, that's what it makes it smart, right? So us, our humans are behind it, right? So now when we're talking about the programming, Bill, so then when we talk about the programming, right? The programming is a process of building the programs, right? Computer programs. That's what we're doing. And then if we think of it, so what is a programming? Programming is a set of the instructions that are provided to the computer, right? Then the computer process it, right? Then it processes those instructions step by step by step by step and give us some output, right? Those executable programs, they give us some type of the outputs, right? And you guys talk already with Sumer about the software, about the hardware. You guys know the differences, right? So the software that we are building, right, they're helping us to control the hardware, right? Software is a brain of our computer, right? And when we think of the software, there's a millions and millions different softwares, right? Just the software that we're using right now, right? Slack, right? Has been developed, right? It's been developed with using the programming languages, right? Canvas, Google Sheets, Zoom, all of these programs, right? All of these program softwares, they have been built, right? Yep, there's a millions and millions and millions of them, right? And now these days, when we think of the computers, right? When we think of the computers, right, who are processing those programs, it's not just my laptop, your laptop, or a computer, right? These days we have different of the computers, right? Our phones, our cars, our refrigerators, right? All of those are computers, right? There's some programs that have been built and then installed, right? And those are programs are running, giving some instructions, right? And then our computers are executing our instructions, right? So now when we think of it, right? When we start thinking, okay, you know what? I'm a human, right? I'm a human. I do understand instructions, right? Somebody going to tell me, hey, you are, for example, I have to get up, I have to do this, and then I have to teach the class. After the class, I have to do this, right? I have instructions, but I'm human, right? I can write down my instructions, what I have to do. Now, when we think of the computers, okay, computers are not humans, right? How I am dangerous day by day. I agree, guys. Our computers getting dangerous. So now computers, right? Computers are not humans, right? Computers is not going to just understand the language, right? It's not going to understand my language, right? If I'll tell something to the computer, right? So then let me ask you guys, how then I'm as a human, how do I interact with this machine, right? How do we interact with them? You have to speak their language, right? So now there's a machine language that we have, right? They go, how do we communicate with our computers, right? How do we communicate with this machine? We communicate with them through the programming languages, right? Through the programming languages. So now our machines have their own language, right? They have a machine language, right? All this bytecode, right? All these zeros and ones. That's how our computers run. But then I'm as a programmer, how am I going to communicate with my computer? Through the help of the programming languages, right? So now how I will be sending those instructions to the computer with the help of programming languages. Now, guys, how many programming languages do you guys think are there? There's many programming languages. I think last time when we checked that, I don't know, there may be 5, 6, 700 languages, right? There's a lot of them. There's tons of them. but there will be some that are the most popular and the most used. There will be the one that are less used, right? So there's a tons of different programming languages, and in this course, only from India, millions. And then in this course, what we will be learning one of the most popular language, right? One of the most popular language, which is Java, right? Java, in which about 700, there you go, Diana, you probably already went to Google, right? There you go. You see, guys, that's a beauty of Google, right? Thanks, thank you for this software, right? So, by the way, guys, all these slides, they will be available to you in Canvas, right? Sometimes I, I do look at them, but sometimes I don't look at them. So, but they all will be available to you. Exactly the same information that I'm giving you, all these things will be given to you, right? So programming list of the instructions executed by a computer to do what? To accomplish a particular task, right? So then when we speak about a computer, saying that the computers have their own language, right? They have their own machine language that understands only 0 and 1s, right? So then those combinations of all zeros and ones then have some specific meaning for the machine, right? So now as a human, I cannot speak zeros and ones, right? Back in the days, sure, right? You have to be a super extremely smart when you want to do the programming, right? But these days, there's the programming languages. They also, the programming languages, they also has changed, right? The programming language has get developed, right? So now when we talk about the programming language, mostly talk about the high programming languages. Let me see, one moment, guys. How is it possible? Do you have to start with an instructor? Give me one moment. Okay, Evgeny, instructions, you have to go to the course announcement. In the course announcement, guys, there's a video that we uploaded. Is it possible? Sometimes we will be uploading before the class, sometimes after the class. As what are we trying to do, guys? We're trying to make sure that we have all your full attention on us, right? Because sometimes when we give slides a little bit early, then students, they're like, oh, okay, I've seen all of this, right? But we will try to give it, because mostly when it comes to my classes, guys, I don't go read all the slides, because you guys can read it yourself, right? You guys can read it yourself. Okay, so now computers understand zeros and ones, right? Now I'm as a programmer, I don't speak those zeros and ones, those crazy combinations, right? So now I'm as a programming, I can learn a programming language. And with the help of the programming language, what I can do, I can set instructions. And then I send in my programming languages, and then there will be some process happening, which of course you guys learn it a little bit later, not on the first class, right? There's some processes happening, and then the conversion of my programming language gets converted to the machine language, and that's how machine are executing those steps, right? And when, as I mentioned, when we talk about the programming language, guys, there's hundreds and hundreds of those programming languages, and one of the most popular these days, of course, there's a Java, there's a C#, very popular. There's a Python is becoming very popular, right? And there's a JavaScript is very popular. But what we are focusing in here, guys, we are focusing in Java. This is a language that is mostly used, right? This is, some people say it's difficult, some people say it's not difficult, right? But it's very beautiful language, guys, very beautiful. If you are going to understand Java, right? And in order for you to understand, of course, you guys are going to have to practice more, but you will see, guys, Java is very beautiful. And once you learn Java, guys, then you can learn any other language, especially, I'm not going to go into details, right? The things about Java, it's object-oriented programming language, which that particular term you guys start learning only after 1 month, right? But if there is another object programming language, such as a C#, such as a Python, it will be so easy for you guys to learn. We have students who are, whenever they're graduating, right, with their strong knowledge of Java, they're getting hired by the companies, and then the companies, they're getting trained for another language. And the message asks, hey, I'm learning Python. It's so easy right now. Right? So any of those programming language, guys, will be very, very easy after that. No, they're not. I mean, all the programming languages, guys, they will have some similarities. Especially the first things that you guys will be learning with me, the basic concepts, guys. They exist. From our basics, guys, we will be learning the conditioning, and then we will be learning cycles. How do you repeat particular tasks? So all those things are pretty common in other programming languages. Okay. Um, is if you learn German than other languages. Really? German is the hardest language. I actually used to know German, but since I came to United States, I completely forgot. So now I don't really know if I can learn it. What is the difference between Java and JavaScript? Oh, guys, it's two completely different languages. Two completely. It's like when we talk about the T and then when we talk about the mouse, right? Two different languages. Okay. Russian is hard, but I love it. Mariam, let me see, Mariam, do you speak Russian? Only a little. Okay. Okay, Mariam, you can get a lot of practice in here. We'll have a lot of Russian speaking students. All right. So whenever you're going to form a group, you guys can have that your conversation a little bit. JDK 17, Mustafa, we are trying to use Java 8, okay? We are going to use Java 8. Спасибо, пожалуйста. All right, guys, right? So, and also here's some diagram when we look into it, but so Python these days, of course, is getting popularity, right? And the Python we actually teaching in our other course. C# is getting a popularity, JavaScript is getting popularity, but Java is still there. One of the most popular, one of the highest paying job, guys, especially if you're going to switch to the developer. We do have students from previous batches, or students from batch 2, batch 3. By now they've been working for some time in the industry, and they're telling us that they're switching to development position, or they making crazy amount of money, right? Okay, so possibilities there are endless, right? Okay, so programming languages, right? As you guys mentioned, there's a many different one of them. So why we learning Java? Most popular, it's mostly being used, right? Because remember, guys, the goal of this course, we're not trying to become a programmers, right? But we learn a good amount of the material that you guys will be able to later learn some additional stuff and become, if you would really love to. But the goal in here, we're trying to become a automation engineers, right? Software automation engineers. And in order for us to become software automation engineers, right, we have to make sure that our programming language is strong. And when it comes to the software automation, a lot of companies are using Selenium. And with the Selenium, which you guys will be learning after 2.5 months, Selenium, most popular combination is to use the tool Selenium with our Java. Okay, so now let me ask you guys, what did you learn about Java? Because I'm sure you've done the research. First class, usually everybody's excited, they're doing the research. So what did you find out about Java, guys? Format, is it okay? Java 17, I probably, once we will do the Eclipse, there will be an option where you can select, and I would suggest use either 8 or either use 11. It's a language, right? It's one of the programming language. It's an object-oriented language. Right once, use it everywhere. That's what you guys probably heard, and you guys will learn why do we call it this way, right? On the first class, we're not going to drop all this material to scare you, right? It's OOP, right? It's object-oriented programming language. It's one of the high languages, right? It's only been since 1995 in here, right? Okay, what else you guys learn about Java? So coffee, Java, it's a coffee. There you go, coffee lovers, you guys, you know. Java is the most famous, most spread language, right? So whenever you guys were installing Java, right, you guys saw that message in there that there's a 3 billion devices that run on Java, right? Yep, it was created by James Gosling, right, by Sun Microsystems, and then later, right, Oracle acquired it. That's why now what you guys have to do, if you want to install Java, you have to go to Oracle, right? Yaman, Java is a high programming language, right? It's a programming language. There's a lot of description that we can give for Java, right? Another very important thing is, for now, right? For now, let me ask you guys, did you have to pay anything when you were downloading Java? No, it's free, right? Like free things, right? I mean, there's a paid features are coming in Java, of course, right? So how do we call things when they are free, right? Any software what we are able to download, if it's free, we call it an open source, right? We call it an open source. Okay, so what do I mean by object oriented, guys? For the first 10 classes, we are not going to touch this concept of the object oriented, but then you guys going to spend about 25 classes where you guys will be learning about the beautiful concept about Java being an object oriented programming language. Okay, so now the things about Java, right? One of the most popular, we already said, right? Java is a high level computer programming language, right? So Java is free, right? When we do it free, we call it an open source, right? And then there's a specific mechanism that Java is using it. So about Java, what you guys heard, once you run your program, right? Once you write your program, this program can be executed on all different platforms, on all different systems. The simple example that I can give you, right? So during my coding, guys, I'll be using Mac, right? Some of you guys have Windows, right? But whatever program that I am going to write, I can execute it on my Mac system and you guys can execute it on your Windows system, right? So the same thing, those softwares that have been developed, right? The softwares that have been developed, our Slack, our Zoom, right? It can run on Mac, it can run on Windows, it can run on your Android operating system, it can run on your iOS operating system, right? Uh, yes, all those languages, yep, they are coming from the C++, right? So if some of you guys have any knowledge a little bit about the C++, this will be very, very easy, right? And remember, guys, today we are talking about, we are talking only about very, very basic information, guys. We're not going to go and dig it into deep things, right? The knowledge, you guys, will be given to you proportionally, right? Some terminology we're not going to throw at you yet, right? Slowly, we guys will be introducing that. All right. Okay. So then, right? Then here it says case sensitive. What do we mean by case sensitive, guys? Low caps and upper caps, right? So for example, right? So today we'll be creating something, right? For example, if I'm going to write class with the lowercase, right? And then I'm going to have a write a class with the uppercase, right? For Java, they are two different things, right? Completely two different things. So Java is actually a very, very strong type language, right? There is a certain syntaxes, of course, we will have to follow, but it's a case sensitive language, right? Lowercase, uppercase will make a difference, right? Yeah, but there's certain things that will be following that we guys going to talk about, right? Okay. And that's where we talk about, right? So Java is a programming language, is an independent, right? So it can run on any system. That's why there's a thing you hear about Java that call it run once, run everywhere, right? So our Java program can be executed on different type of the operating system. Spaces will be matter in some conditions, No, but and we will talk about in which specific situation spaces will matter. Okay. All right, guys. Right. So now here you guys will see a little slide of the history if any of you guys interested, right? So now we have this programming language, right? We have this programming language, and of course, as any language you guys trying to learn, right? Whatever language you decide to learn, German, Russian, Japanese, Arabic, right? So this language has its own syntax, right? When we're going to write it, it has its own keywords, right? For example, I say something in Russian, it will have a meaning, while in other languages, it's not going to have some meaning, right? And there are certain rules that I have to follow. The same thing for Java, right? Java is going to have its own syntax. Java is going to have its own keyword. Java is going to have its own terminology, right? So now, okay, guys, I want to learn language. I want to learn this language. So now I need to have something where I will be writing this, right? Where I will be writing this. So now, guys, tell me, where am I going to write my programs? I'm becoming a Java programmer, right? I will need to write my program somewhere. Yes, we are going to write it in Eclipse. But what is Eclipse, guys? What is Eclipse? It's a tool that will help us to write our program, will help us to correct and fix our program, right? And will help us to execute, right? But when we talk about the Eclipse, right? Eclipse, it's one of the tool, and we call it integrated development environment, right? So, so what do we mean by that, right? So think of it, guys, back in the days, right? Back in the days, there was no Eclipse. There was not such a thing. Where programmers used to run their program, guys? Where they used to write their code? In the notepad, right? In the notepad, right? And there's a lot of things they have to do, right? So they had to write their code, then they had to perform some operation in order to check that the code is correct, right? When they checked that the code is correct, they had to save that file, and whenever that they save it, they correctly save it, then they had to execute it. So all this process has been done in 1, 2, 3, 4 different steps, right? But as you know, guys, technology, right? Technology is not standing, right? Technology is growing, continuously growing and developing, right? So now later, what has been developed, there's a tools have been developed, there's a software have been developed that helping programmers to write their code. So now how do we call those programs? How do we call those tools? We call them IDEs, right? Integrated Development Environment. So those tools, what they do, now they make a life of the programmer easier. How do they make life of the programmer easier? Whenever we will be writing our code, those IDEs, guys, will help us to highlight sometimes some of the syntax issues that we will be having. Those IDEs will help us to save our code, and those IDEs will help us to execute our code by just clicking one button. Just by us clicking one button, all the process will be done and our program will execute, compared to the things that you had to do yourself before in those editors. Okay, it will tell us, we will talk about which things it will tell us, which things it's not going to tell us, right? So remember, this is also a software, right? This is something that has been developed, smart software, but still not completely cannot completely do all the things as a human can do. So now when we talk about Visual Studio, right? So not Visual Studio. So there's tons and tons of different programming languages that we have, guys, right? So now every programming language, guys, will have its own software on which it can be executed, right? So for example, when we talk about Java, where can I write my Java code? To write my Java code, this is the IDEs that are available for me, right? There's Eclipse and there's IntelliJ, which are the two very popular, and there's another one, NetBeans, right? There's others, but are the ones that are most popular. And by the way, guys, in this course, you will be learning both of them. We are starting off with the Eclipse, and then probably after you guys learn maybe about 6 weeks, then you guys will be 5-6 weeks, then you guys will be switching to the IntelliJ. So we're trying to give you different tools to practice with. But there's other programming language, right? For example, if you want to learn C#, right? So now C# is a different language. In order for you to work with different language, you will have to have a different ID, right? You will have to use a Visual Studio, right? For example, if you will have to learn a Python, completely different language. So then you will need to find an IDE that works with that language. And for Python, I think it's PyCharm, that's a software that it's used, right? So every programming language will have its own IDEs where you guys will be able to write your code. And when it comes to Java, guys, when it comes to Java, this is the, I never worked on JavaScript, guys, so I don't know JavaScript, but I used to learn C#. So C# works on the Visual Studio, and the Python I know works on the PyCharm. But if you guys say in JavaScript, and what does ID stands for? It's IntelliJ. It's IntelliJ. It's another application that you guys will be using later to write your Java program, right? But this is the, of course, are there more? Of course, guys, there's more. But this are the one that are most popular ones, and they all, guys, have a similarities about how to use them. Of course, there will be slight differences between them, but for us, what we have to look at, right? What we have to look. So if I know Java, right? If I know Java, as long as I know this language, guys, you can give me any IDE, I can write my code, right? So these tools, they will be very easy. Maybe it will take you one day to learn and to practice with them, but what plays a big role in knowledge of our programming language, and that's where we are going to put our focus. Okay. So now, as I mentioned, first 5-6 weeks, you guys will be working on Eclipse, and later we will be switching on the IntelliJ. Okay. So that's 11 o'clock. Okay, so what are we going to do right now? I hope you guys all install. If some of you through the process of the installation, let me look in the support channel. We have Mozam, we have Asgar in there. Okay. Some of you guys are still installing. Okay, that's fine. Some of you guys still installing. That's fine. And what we are going to have, guys, in about, let me walk you through a little bit through Eclipse, and then we are going to have our break. So this way you guys will be able to catch up. Okay. So now, also in this course, guys, in this course, I know some of you, when you look probably when you went to Oracle, you guys saw different versions of Java, right? So why we are using Java 8, right? Java 8 is the most stable and the most popular version that have been used, right? So even though after 8, there's a tons of the different one come out, there's a 8 that is the one that is popular, or people are switching to the Java 11. But this is the two most popular versions that have been used, not others. If you did install different version, it is okay, guys. It is okay. But we do prefer to work on Java 8 or on Java 11. Okay. Nawal, can you please message in the support channel? If you have any issues with the installation, sometimes what our instructors will do, they will ask you to jump off from this meeting. They will send you the link. So this way they will be able to help you out. Okay. All right. Yeah, usually if you have in Windows now, please make sure you watch our YouTube tutorial, or it's actually on Windows. It's very easy process of the installation. Mac sometimes can give you different issues, security issues, but for Windows it's usually easy. Okay. Yep, so as long as it says 1.8 and whatever the numbers after that, guys, don't worry about it. So 1.8, that's what means it's Java version 8. Okay, so the rest of the part, it's not that important. Okay, guys, so what are we going to do, guys? We are going to open our Eclipse. Okay, we're going to open our Eclipse, and I'll walk you through a little bit about Eclipse. And probably some of you guys already start practicing, right? Okay. Let me see. So this is probably, if you are, go ahead, guys, and open your Eclipse. So if this will be the very first time, right? If you have not done any practice, if it will be very first time that you opening up Eclipse, that's what you guys probably going to see, right? You guys going to see a welcome page. If you guys don't see the welcome page, you guys probably see something like this, right? You guys probably see something like this, but I'm going to go back to my welcome page. My welcome page, right? Oh, okay, my welcome page, right? So this is the page that, just welcomes you, right? So here you guys can look into some tutorial. Here you guys can do different things. You can start your programming from here, but usually this page is not really needed to us, right? So here, guys, on the very bottom, right, on the very bottom, there will be a checkbox, and you guys will see something says always show welcome at the startup. So it means every time you guys are going to open your Eclipse, if you want to see this window, you can click this checkbox. If you don't want to see it, I'm going to unclick it. Okay, I'm going to unclick it. And in here on the right, guys, on the top right now, I don't have it, but on the top right, you guys going to see workbench. That's what you're going to see. You guys see in the workbench, just please make sure you go ahead and click on it. Make sure you go ahead and click on it. So, or if you don't see the workbench, but if you see the X button, what you guys can do, you guys can click on this X button. So, and once you come out from this window, or you guys can do hide too. You guys can do hide. Okay. So once you click on hide, or once you click on the close button, or once if you see the workbench, if you were click on the workbench, this is where you guys are going to end it up. And if it looks different right now, it is okay, guys. It is totally okay. I'll show you different things what can happen in here. Now you definitely, so you guys will see, you guys will see the benefits. So now, right, your SDLC classes, you guys were just sitting and watching. So this is that's when you guys will need it. Okay. Okay. So if you guys seeing like window like me, that's good. If you're not seeing window like me, it's also good. That's fine. Okay. That's fine. I'll walk you through about things. So let me close all these things. For example, what if I don't see any of this, right? If I don't see any of this. But usually, okay, one thing is the left side, I cannot make it bigger. I can bring my amplifier. Okay, yep, that's good. Let's see, that's what we need to see. Mariam, just click exit that donation. Just click on that X button. Okay. Yeah, any windows, let's say any unnecessary windows that you guys see, right? For example, Mariam, what you saw I don't think, if you see this, right, you guys will have this X button in here, right? Just close it. Any windows that you see different than mine, what you guys can do, just click on this X, right? When you hover over with your mouse, it will tell you to close, so go ahead and close, right? Okay. So if it looks a little bit different, that's fine, guys. I'll show you that you guys can control what you would like to see, right? What you would like to see. But majority of you guys, what are you seeing right now? Majority of you, what you are seeing, you're probably seeing this on your left side, right? That's what you guys probably seeing on your left side, right? So in here, some of you guys probably see something that says Package Explorer, or some of you might see something that says Project Explorer. But eventually you guys are going to see three, maybe some of you a little bit more options, right? But at least one of them will say create a Java project or just create a project, right? So now, for example, what happens if you don't see this, right? What happens if you don't see? Everything on our Eclipse, guys, is in here is adjustable. If there's some things that you're missing, you can easily bring them. If there's some things that you don't like how they look, you can shuffle them, okay? But this window we need. So this window we need, and we are going to open a Project Explorer, okay? So throughout this course, what we'll be creating is we'll be creating the different projects. So for example, while learning the Java, we'll create one project. Then when you guys are going to have a review classes, you guys are going to have a different project. And then when we're going to have a different modules, you guys are going to create a different project. So what is the Package Explorer or Project Explorer is going to show you? Is going to show you the list of the projects that you created on your Eclipse, okay? So for example, let's say Package Explorer, right? Package Explorer. Here, once we start creating all the projects, you're going to see them on your left. For example, what happens if you open up and you don't see it? What happens if you open up, you don't see it, okay? So don't panic, guys. Don't panic. Everything is fixable in here. So how do we call this window? Maybe that's one thing that you will have to remember. The window that where you're going to see the list of projects, you can find it by looking for Project Explorer or Package Explorer. Now to bring that view, to bring that window, I have to go and click on Window, and I'll have to click on Show View. You guys see? I click on Window, Show View. Hey, which view I would like to see? I would like to see a Project Explorer. I would like to explore what kind of projects I have on my Eclipse, right? So just going to click a Project Explorer, and this window comes up. This window comes up. Okay, so once again, how do I find it? Let's say if I open my Eclipse and oh my God, everything has gone, right? So what do? You go on Window, you go on Show View, and you select Project Explorer. Project Explorer. You click on it, it comes back. And when it comes to IDEs, when it comes to even programming, guys, there's more than one way you can accomplish the same task, right? For example, if you are, again, if you don't have it, there's another way how you can bring this window. You guys will see a little search. You guys will see a little search button on the top right corner of your Eclipse. Why not Package Explorer? They're very similar, guys. Once we start adding packages, once we learn what is a package, right, then it will show you a package view of the project. We will talk about projects and we will talk about the packages, okay? But for now, my suggestion, guys, try to use the Project Explorer. But even if you're going to select Package Explorer, the view will be very similar. The view will become a little different once you have a lot of programs, a lot of projects. That's when you guys going to see the difference. But as of now, you're not going to see that much of the difference, okay? So once again, if you lost and if you don't want to go through Window, Show View, and Project Explorer, there's a little search button on your top right corner of your Eclipse. Okay, so what you can do, you can click on this search, right? And now what I'm trying to search, I'm trying to search for a specific window. Which window? I'm trying to select for Project Explorer, right? And you just click in here. Boom, it shows up, right? So Don't be scared, guys, that next time if you open your Eclipse or today throughout the program, maybe your Eclipse shuts down, and if you don't see it, so now you guys know 2 ways how to bring it, okay? Another thing, from my end, guys, it shows on the left side, right? But also this window don't have to be on the left side, guys. This window can be on the top. This window can be, again, on the left side. This window can be here. This window can be on the bottom. So what I'm trying to say, this window that you guys have, Project Explorer, guys, it's movable. You can drag it to any direction you like. You can make it bigger, smaller, right? How do you drag it, guys? So once you hover over your mouse, right? Once you hover over your mouse on the Project Explorer, then with your left mouse or with the left button, hold the left button and you guys can move it. You guys see it's moving. It's asking me, hey, where I want to place it, where I want to place it. All this is movable, okay? So for my preferences, I usually like to have it on the left side. Okay, I like to have it on the left side. I don't like to have it just strictly on the top. Okay, Mehmet, please make sure you fix your connection. Okay, but as of now, you did not miss much of the things. Okay. So Project Explorer window, guys. No, okay, let me lose you. Go view, Project Explorer. Okay, Project Explorer window. So once again, it's a window where you're going to see list of all projects, okay? I3, oh, Abdul Kazim, my suggestion, please make sure you change it. Please make sure you change it. We need our requirements were at least I5. Yep, at minimum I5. And of course, if you have I7, that will be better, but you will need at minimum I5. Okay, so now this is where we're going to see the list of all the projects and all the Java programs that we will be developing. We are going to see them in order. We're going to organize them. Now, remember, guys, when we talk about programming, right? When we talk about programming, so what is a programming? It's a set of instructions that we given, right? And those instructions are processed, and then those instructions provided with some way output, right? Provided with the output. Tahmina, I'm going to show you. So now, where I'm going to see the output of my program. Today, we're going to write very simple programs. Hello world, hello Tahmina, hello Rahul, right? So where I'm going to see the output of that program. So now what we have to bring? We have to bring another window. And this window we call a console window, right? So the same thing, what we'll do, we'll go on window, show view. Hey, what kind of window I need? I need my console, right? So this time what I need my console. There you go, here, my console came. And the same thing, guys, you can make it bigger, smaller. You can move it from here to here, from here to here, from here to here, right? So this window is movable. So you guys see, I switched them right now, right? So my most preferable way, I like to have a Project Explorer on top, and I like to have a console in here. So in this window, that's what you guys going to have. So your Project Explorer, usually here's your Project Explorer. My console will be here. Any output, so any output of my program will come in here. And once we create our first program, guys, here we will be doing our code. Here we'll be doing our code. So this is my preferable way. For you, maybe you will like to have a console on the right corner. Maybe you guys will like it to have on the top. You guys more than welcome to do it the way you like it, right? The way your eye likes it and feels comfortable, right? So once again, let's say, hey, I'm going to close. Oh my God, I need my console. Where's my console? I need to see the outputs of my program. Once again, you go to window, show view, console, right? Or shorter way, right? I don't know how much shorter. You go on the search, right? On your top right corner, you click on search. Hey, what I'm searching for? I'm searching as I lost my console. I'm looking for my console. You type it, here you go. Which view you need? You need console. There you go. You click on it and it comes. And the same thing, you can put it all the way up. You can put it all the way down, right? We'll leave it in here. So depend on the output of our program. If output is program short, you guys can keep it this way. But whenever we will be interacting with our program to the console, maybe you guys will need to make it bigger. You will just make it bigger, right? Once again, guys, try it. Don't be scared. These things will not go away, but I really want you to try to move your windows different directions, guys. Please try to do it. Console didn't show up. Mohammed, once again, let's say if it's not showing up, okay, go in the search and type console. Once you start typing CONS, right? And then it will autocomplete and you just click on it. Or another way, if you don't have it, go on Windows, show view, console. What is the outline? There's many other windows, guys. There's a many other windows. If you're going to look window, show view, there you guys, if you, for example, whenever we'll be doing more of the coding, if you want to see the problems, there you guys can select problems. There will be, whenever we start doing more testing, there will be error logs. There will be a lot of different stuff. So for now, guys, let's not select any other ones. Okay, let's not select for any other ones. Outline, we will bring it maybe a little bit later once we start, I think once we started debugging. For now, to have your project explorer, your console, that's what you need, guys, okay? That's what you need. So let me put it my most way, the one that I like. I'll set it up this way, okay? Good. You figure out? Okay, good. So are you guys all able to move these windows left, right, up and down? Okay, now what happened? Why you cannot do it? Try, guys, because I don't want you to be scared. Okay, I don't want you to be scared. I want you to try the things, even if it doesn't happen from the first time. Try again until you're. How to bring those down, Herman? So what do you do, right? You go for a top, right, and then hold your mouse with the left key, and then while you're holding it, you have to hold your mouse, then you can drag them anywhere, okay? Hold it with the mouse and then drag it. All right, guys. There you go. Okay. So now, right, once we figure out which windows we need, so what we will start doing, guys, for the all Java classes, for the entire Java classes that we will be doing, guys, we will be creating one Java project. Okay, we'll be creating one Java project. For review classes, in the center will be a code. Okay, once we create a Java program, then this will be the window. This will be the window we will be typing our code. Okay, so window to see the list of our programs. Here, the window to do a programming using our Java, a window to see the output of the program that we have created. Okay, so what we need to do right now is we're going to create a Java project. Okay, so once again, in the IDE, there's two different ways here, at minimum 3 different ways how you can create a Java project. I'm sure you guys, all of you have this option, create a Java project, right? If you guys don't have it, if you guys don't have this option, create a Java project, you guys can select file and select new and then select Java project, okay? So if you guys don't have this option on the left, create a Java project, then go file, new Java project. So either from here, right? Either from here or either from here, you guys can select this option, okay? Select this option. So I'll click on create a Java project. So once you click on the create Java projects, there's this window will pop up, this window, right? This window. So there's a few things that we have to specify. There's a few things we have to specify. What I have to give a name of my project, right? I have to give a name. And we will go a little bit later after we do a couple of the programs, guys, about what is the most preferable way to give names to certain things in Java and other things we'll discuss. But for now, I want to give a name for my project. I want to give a name for my project, right? This is my point in here. Let's see, where's my, okay. So let me ask you guys, let me ask you, right? So what I would like to name, I would like to name my program. I want to name my program Java Basics, because for the first 10 classes, that's what we guys going to learn. We are going to learn the basics of Java programming language, right? So now let's say I want to type Java Basics, right? So we all can read, right? It's very easy readable, right? But now what happens, guys? What happens whenever we will be creating a project in Java, right? One more time, sure. So what we'll do, guys, here, let me even I'll make it bigger in here, right? From your left option, right? From your project explorer, or even if you guys going to have a package explorer, right? So what do? You just click on create a Java project. Just click on create a Java project, and once you click on it, this window will show up. Okay, so unfortunately, guys, I cannot make this font bigger, but the actual coding, once we'll start doing, guys, of course, I'll make it bigger, right? So now what we have to do, we have to give a name. Okay, yeah. And by the way, guys, this is just editor that I'm using where I'm going to type notes sometimes, right? So I want to give a name for my project. I want to give a name Java Basics, but we have one issue, guys. We have one issue. Whenever we will be given a name, okay, whenever we'll be given a name to anything in Java, right? We cannot, right? We cannot have spaces. There's no spaces allowed. So it means now what I will have to do, I will have to combine two words together. So now if I'm going to combine two words together, right? So can I still read it? Of course I can still read it. I still can read it, right? But now because two words I have, but think of it, what if I'm going to have more than two words, right? I'm going to have Java Basics from Excel, right? Now it becomes a little bit harder to read, right? Now think of it, guys. What if I will type it like this? Java Basics. And then if I want to add something like this, which way is easier to read? First way or second way? Second way, right? Second way, it's more easier to read, okay? So this is how we are going to name our projects, and this is how we're going to name our classes, guys, our classes. So this type of, this way of typing, guys, what we call it a camel casing, right? You guys know the animal camel, right? It has those two humps. I mean, it can have one, but we're going to talk about two humps, right? So goes up, down, up, and down, right? Two words, right? So what I'm doing here, I have Java Basics from a cell. I have first word, second word, third word, fourth word, right? So now, whenever I'm creating the project, I cannot have spaces. I cannot have spaces. I have to remove the spaces. So now when I'm combining two or more words, right? So we are going to follow a camel casing. Every new word will be starting with the uppercase. Okay, will be with the uppercase. So why are we doing it? Do I have to do it? No, I don't have to do it. I don't have to do it. But why I am doing it? I am doing it to improve readability, right? Readability. Okay. We are not going to call it from myself, but this is how we're going to name it. We're going to name it Java Basics, right? Actually, I'll keep it in there. But my project, or yet later we will, guys, later we will see what other things we can do. We will go over some rules and we go over some naming conventions a little bit later, okay? But what I'm going to type, I'm going to type Java. Okay. Modifier. So here, right? Create a Java project. So what is the name I have given? what is it? What is the reason we can use the spaces? For now, let's think of Java. This is not actually the Java behind the scene. We are developing a folder. Okay, but think of right now. There's no spaces allowed. Okay, there's no space allowed. Okay, so we're given a project name Java Basics. So here, guys, we don't have to do anything except one thing. So right now, by default, you guys will see this option. It says use an execution environment GRE. And later, you guys will learn what is GRE. There's JDK. There's different things in there, and you guys will see this drop down. So what I want you to do, please click on that drop down, guys. Please click on that drop down, and what are we going to select view from this drop down? I'm going to select Java 1.8. Okay, I'm going to select Java 1.8. Okay, so now let's show again. There's a magnifier. So two things we have done this. Give the project name, and for the execution environment, please select Java 1.8. Okay, and once you do those two things, you guys will see the option finish. Okay, you guys will see you guys will see the button finish. Too big. Okay, the things, I'll click on finish. Right, I'll click on finish. So now what's going to happen under your project explorer, you guys are going to see your first project. You guys are going to see your first project. And if I click on this, right, if I click to expand, if I click on expand, this is what you guys are going to see, right? So what we created one project. And what kind of project it is? It is a Java project. You guys see it has a little J. Later, guys, once you will learn more and more stuff, our project will have a little different name, a little different later, but for now, you guys see it says J. So what we created? We created a project where I am able to see the structure from my project, right? It's available under Project Explorer view. So now, if you guys going to click on this triangle, right? If you're going to click on the triangle to expand, there's a two options that you guys will see. It will tell you the library, okay? It will tell you the library, and it will tell you something SRC, okay? So now what is SRC stands for? SRC stands for a source, okay? So now us as a programmers, guys, what we will be writing, we will be writing a source code, right? We'll write in a source code using our programming languages. Then there's a processes will be happening behind, which we were not able to see, but there's a lot of things that will be happening, guys, in behind. And then our source code will be converted, and after the conversion, the code will be executed by our Java machines, and then we're going to see the output. Okay, it will be, guys, in a matter of seconds. We are not going to see this, but main thing to take out from here, us as a programmers, we are writing a source code. Okay, and besides the source code, guys, here you guys going to see the library. It's a Java library, right, where we going to see a lot of useful things that we will be using for our programming. Later, maybe we will go a little bit inside to show you the things, but not today. There's a crazy amount of things that in there. Okay, two things that were you guys going to see. Now, what are we going to do, guys? Whenever we're doing the programming, guys, from the day one, we try to become very, very organized. Okay, we like things that being organized, right? Think of it, guys, when you go to the library, right? When you go to the library, you want to look for a specific book. Will you guys know where to go? Let's say if you look into the directory, if you search it, will you guys know where to go to find this? Let's say I wanna learn Java programming, right? And I can find it in the library, right? Or for example, I want to look into the history, right? I will be able to find it, but how am I able to find it, guys? How am I able to find it? Because it's organized, right? It's organized in different sections, right? Here, psychology, science, history, whatever the things you want to find, right? And then it will be also in alphabetical order, right? But the main thing is here, it's organized, right? So the same thing, what we trying to do, guys, because we will be writing many different codes, right? Many different programs in our class. So what we will try to do, we will try to organize our code. So our code will be organized a specific way. So now to organize our code in Java, we have something that called packages. Okay, we have something that called packages. Packages is just a folders, guys. And what we'll be doing, we will be giving names to those folders, right? So for example, hey, today is a class 1. I want to find out what I have learned in the class 1. I'll go to this specific package. Hey, I want to find out what I learned in the class number 2. I'll go to that specific package, right? So now in order for us to create the package, now the package has to be inside the source code, okay? So I will highlight my source package, right? I will just click on it and you see, guys, once you click on it, it highlights blue, okay? Yeah, it is empty, guys. For me, it's also empty. Once I click on it, it is empty because we have not written any code yet, right? It is empty. So now highlight your source and now do the right click. Once you do the right click with your mouse, this is the options that will be given to you. So what we will select new, and then we will select what I'm trying to create. I'm trying to create a package. Why do I need a package? Because I want to organize my code. Okay, I want to organize my code. And we're going to take a break soon, guys. I know it's already 11:32, but let's create a package class, and then probably we'll take a break, okay? So now, name, right? Name. Same thing as I can give any name. I can give any name that I want. But standard way, right? One more time, sure. You select on source, you do right click with your mouse, right? Right click, select new, and you select package, okay? Right click, new package. And then this window for the package will come up. For the package will come up, right? So now we have to give a name. While I can give any name, so the standard way, guys, the standard way that is being used on the industry, what we will be using a reverse way of the URL, right? You can click it, are you sure? Do right, you should be able. If your mouse doesn't work, try from your system. Okay, if you cannot, let's see, you can click on file, you can click on new and select package, okay? But make sure you select your source, highlight your source, click on file, click on new and select package, okay? It's not like you're clicking it, you just highlighting it, okay? So the reverse way of the URL, right? For example, guys, right? So let's say I am going to have, right? So what is the URL, guys? For example, for Google, right? We have www, we're going to skip that, but our URL for Google will be google.com, right? It will be google.com. So now if I want to do the reverse, what are we going to have? We are going to have com.google, right? That's what we're going to have, com.google, right? For example, syntax.com, right? Syntax.com, right? Our website is almost syntax, right? So now what are we going to type? We're going to type com.syntax, right? Com.syntax. So what it is, it's your reverse way, right? Now, when you think of it, it's also going to be a very unique, right? Every single company, they have their URLs, and those URLs are very unique, right? So we are uniquely naming our packages. Why are we reversing it? We don't have to, guys. We don't have to. But this is a practices that has been used in the industry, okay? But we don't have to. This is There's something that called rule where you have to do it, but there's something that call a convention, naming conventions, right? And by the convention, by what has been used in the industry, that's how people like to go, right? And why we using the reverse way of the URL? Because think, I guess, every single URL is unique, right? On every single company. You are guys not going to find duplicate URLs, right? You're not going to type google.com and then all of a sudden you will be taken to the ABC company, right? You are going to directly navigate it to Google. So in the library, right? All those, the name of those sections are unique. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to give unique names to our packages. Okay? All right. So what are we going to type? Com dot syntax, right? And now, because there's a different way how we can organize our code, right? There's a different way and we'll learn different way. But for now, the way I want to organize my code, I want to organize it per classes, right? So I want to organize, store all my little Java programs that I'm going to develop in the class 1 package, and then class 2 package, and then class 3 package, and then class 4. So what I'm going to type, class 0, 1, okay? So any programs that we will be developing, they will be living inside this package. Tomorrow we'll be creating a new package, and all the programs that we will be creating in the package com.syntax.class02 will be stored in different package. So this way, 10 classes down the road, hey, you know what, there we did some nice exercise and I had to struggle a little bit. You know what, that exercise was done in the class number 2. Let me go back and look into it. You can easily find it. How you can easily find it? Because we organize it. How do we organize it? We organize it in the form of packages, right? So what I type com.syntax.class01, and we click on finish, right? We click on finish. So now package is just a folder, guys. Now inside the folder, right? Inside the folder, even if you take a physical folder, right? I can have many different files inside, right? I have many different files. So now inside this package, what we'll be creating, we will be creating many Java programs. Now, in order for us to create a Java program, what we will be creating something that called class. So now where I would like that class to be stored, because this program is belong to my class number 1, I want to store it inside this package. So the same thing, you guys just click on it, highlight it, and do right click, new. And now this time what we creating a class. Okay. Inside this package, we are creating a class. New class. New class. Okay. New class. So now this window will show up. This window will show up, right? Once again, do right click, new class, right? If the right click doesn't work, it's highlighted, file, new, and from here, select the class. com.syntax, and I type class 01. com.syntax.class 01. That's what I type, okay? That's what I type. So now I want to create a class, new class. And once this window shows up, again, I have to give a name, right? And you guys probably, when you went to different tutorials, the very first famous program, what is the name of that? What is the first programming that usually everybody does, guys? Hello world, right? So hello world, we will type it and name it hello world. Now you guys are going to have your own first hello world program, right? So now the same thing for the name, right? I cannot have a space, right? I cannot have a space. So if I'm going to add a space, this button becomes enabled, right? You guys see I'm not able to click on finish. So here for Java, we don't allow to have space, okay? It's a rule, right? Like in whatever language you want to learn, right? It doesn't have to be a programming language. You want to learn, I don't know, as I mentioned, Turkish, Arabic, Spanish, whatever language you want to learn, right? It has a strict rules. So here the same thing rule. Java says, hey, don't give me your spaces. I don't need your spaces, right? And then another thing, what are we going to, oops, no ruler. I want you guys to do something. I want you to click this checkbox. So this is how your class looks like, right? You guys see there's a one checkbox that I want you to select next to public static void main. Okay, just click on this checkbox in here and then you click on finish. Okay, so I'm selecting this public static void main and I'm clicking on finish. Boom, right? So now that's where my code shows up. That's where I'm actually will be doing my Java coding, okay? So now if your window looks too small, if your window looks too big, now we can control it, guys, okay? We can control it. So if you Mac user like me, click on the command and select plus. So I can increase it now. I can make it whichever size I want it. If it's too big, you'll do command and minus, right? Can the project or package name be modified? Yes, we can modify, guys, and I'll show you how to modify. Let's say if you misspell something, you want to change it, of course we can change it, guys. Remember, everything is changeable, everything is movable. We can do a lot of things, right? Yes, I'll show it, guys. I'll show it. Okay. And if you are a Windows user, to increase the font, right? To increase font in Eclipse, right? So for Mac, what you guys will use? You will use, guys, command and plus, right? For Windows, what are you guys going to use? You guys going to use control and plus. Okay? You hold control, or for Mac, you guys hold command and you just click on plus. Okay, and once again, right, let me delete it. Let me pretend like nothing happened, right? So once again, now inside the package, I'll be creating my Java classes, right? So I'll do right click, I'll select new, I'll select class to give a name, my program, hello world, and I have to select main, right? Public static void main, there will be a checkbox. Just click on this checkbox and click on finish. Okay, and here our program showed up, in which I have to put my instruction. Control plus doesn't work. Windows, can you guys double check? Works for you? Worked. Sarbon, make sure you hold. You need to hold control. Yeah, and you have to select this particular window. For example, if you're in Project Explorer, it's not going to do anything. Yep, just make sure you are actually inside this code, right? Put your cursor in here and do control plus. Hold control and do plus until it gets big. Michael, Chromebook. Well, Chromebook, well, I hope it works for now. I just hope your Chromebook will be fine for our later later things when we'll be learning, because there's a lot of programs that we'll be installing. Okay. All right, guys. So I'm going to explain you all the details here and there, but I just want to make sure your first program runs, guys, and we're going to take a break. But of course, guys, I'm going to explain you where you have to type, what happens if you don't see all of that, right? I will explain you all the things. Okay, so now once you are inside, guys, once you are inside, I want you to be inside this main, okay? Inside this main. So what do you guys see? My class, right? Public class for now probably doesn't make sense a lot of to you, but it will make perfect sense, guys, on the class number 17. You guys will know every single thing what it means, right? But for now, just remember two things, guys. So a class that you created, right? We name it, how did we name it? We name it hello world, right? When we created the class, our class has its own braces, okay? Guys, we are going to have a many different braces, square brackets, parentheses. There's a many things that we will have, right? So here our class is going to have its own braces, and this braces, curly braces, that is going to open and is going to close. Going to open, going to close, right? And then inside, right, inside what we have for now, it's also looks a lot of crazy words we see in public static void main, okay? And here also it's going to have its own curly braces that it's opening, that is closing. So think of it, guys, that your class is a building. It's a building, okay? So every building has an entrance and the exit, right? You cannot have an entrance without the exit. You cannot have exit without the entrance. So there's a two pair. All your curly braces, all the parentheses, they always will come with the pair, okay? There's not a single bracket in Java, guys. Everything has a pair, okay? Everything has a pair. So our building, our class has a pair. It has an opening pair, and it has a closing. Opening, closing. Now, inside our building, guys, we did not type anything yet, guys. We did not type anything. So now inside the building, guys, how many doors can I have, guys? How many doors can I have inside one building? Many. It can be many, right? For example, we build in our 35-story building, and on the 35 floors, oh my God, there could be crazy amount of offices that are going to have a lot of doors. But let me ask you guys, in order for you to enter the building, are there going to be one main entrance or not? They're going to be one main entrance, okay? So now I want you to think of this big combination of words that says main, guys. Our main is the main entrance to our Java program. Without having this entrance, we cannot run. We can write, but we cannot run. We cannot execute our program. It's like without you entering through the main door, I'm sorry, you can never reach the floor number 2 or 3, right? You have to pass through the main door. And that's what our main means in our Java program. So anything, guys, anything that we will be writing have to stay inside that main door. And our main door, we're going to open the main door and we're going to close it, right? Without opening, you cannot close. So the same thing comes in the pair. So this is where your main door opens. And if you guys going to highlight it with your mouse, if your main door opening, you guys have to make sure it's closed. You open your program has to close. You open your door, a door has to close, okay? If you have to do, it's okay. We will go over that, what those 2 double slashes means. For now, you guys can just delete them, or you can type it under this to do, okay? So once again, guys, all the code that we will be typing today must stay within your main door, and your main door lives within your building, okay? So 2 opening doors, 2 closing doors, 2 closing doors, okay? So now inside the door, right? If you guys going to double click with your mouse after the curly braces. So this is the space, guys. This is the space that is highlighted. So this is the space where inside, all in all, inside the space, we are going to type our program, because that's where we allowed. We allowed to type our program only once we enter the main door. You cannot type your code outside of the main door or before you enter it. You have to enter it, only then we type in it, okay? So now, and in here, guys, for the first time, probably will be a lot of typing, and one thing, guys, I know you're learning somewhere, so no shortcuts. First class, we are not using, there is a lot of shortcuts. That's the benefit of using Eclipse or any other IDEs, right? They are friend of the programmer. They will help you identify a lot of things. They will give us a lot of shortcuts for whenever we do the program, but for today, no shortcuts, okay? So what I'm going to type system, right? And remember, guys, when we say Java is a case sensitive, right? Typing with the uppercase system, typing with the lowercase system, two completely words for Java. So you have to make sure it's uppercase, okay? So we'll type system, we type then dot, then we type out, and then we type print, ln, and then two parentheses, okay? Two parentheses. Is it true? Sometimes yes, but there's a process, guys. We also do help you out, okay? So system, uppercase, dot, out, dot, print line. The rest, everything is lower cases, but we haven't dots in here, right? Then you have parentheses, and right now, let's say hello, right? Or whatever sentence you want to put, right? For example, I'm going to say hello, and I'm going to say hello, Aisha, right? So now what do you guys see? What do you guys see? You guys see a little X, right? You guys, little X. That's the beauty of IDs. Our IDs is telling you that there's some issues I have in my code, right? So now when we talk about Java, Java is very strongly typed language. So now think of what we write right now. We wrote the sentence. Now we have to finish it. We have to finish it. So now this sentence, right? In the language, right? In our speaking language, we call it a sentence. Here in Java, we call it a statement, right? We call it a statement. So now I wrote my first statement. Now to identify that I finished with my statement, we have to add a semicolon. Now, once we have a semicolon, there's no errors. There's no errors. Here space, here, yes, you guys can have a space in here. Here don't matter. We will talk about spaces. We will talk about the space. Okay. Here, you guys can have more space in here, or before that, you guys can have a space. That don't really matter. We will talk about which spaces will matter. Okay. Maybe not on today's class, but overall, of course, guys, we will talk. Okay. So now that's it. What I have written my first statement. What does my statement says? My statement says, hey, I want to print. I want to print hello, Aisha, right? I hope I pronounced correct, right? So now what I would like to do, I would like to execute. We will go over this. We will go over all those things, why there need to be quotation, when there is no quotation. For now, just please try to type it. Think of it, we need a quotation, any type we want to type word, right? Hello is a word, right? Aisha is a name, it's also a word, right? So anytime you want to type a word, you have to put a quotation, okay? So now what I would like to do, I wrote a statement, now I want the statement to be executed, okay? So now if I want to execute it, I'll do right click with my mouse, and then I click run. So now, okay guys, one moment, let me click on run, so we'll let people who don't have any issues, we'll let them take a break, and then whenever you guys have any issues, right, let me finish this, and if you still have any issue, please send it in the support channel. But one thing is, when you're sending it, please take a screenshot so our support instructors can have a look and they will be able to help you, okay? Because we need visually to see what is your issue. So once again, in order for you to execute the program, we will do right click, we will click run, and what are we running? Our Java program, right? You just click on run, and as an output, here guys, where's the output of my program comes? It comes in my console. So here, what I'm seeing hello, Aisha, right? You guys can write whatever name you want. Hello, Maha, right here, right? Then I'm going to run, and now my program executed. All right, and I will go over about the details, but for now, guys, I hope it worked, right? That's it about our programming, guys. Thank you. Java is finished. You guys did it, right? Our first program. That's it. You guys are programmers. Okay, guys. So now we will go over details, but it's a little bit over time, right? So it's 11:55. So let's take a break, guys. 15 minutes break. I want you to be back. Break till 11:55, 12:10. Okay, please be back by 12:10 p.m. Okay, so for those of you guys who is having an issue with the code, please make sure take a screenshot and place it in the support channel. But I see you guys already helping Mariam. That's amazing, guys. Print. Here you go, Mariam. Yeah, Mariam, here you don't, it's not I, it's L. LN, print line. Yep, print line. How do we get it? Azama, you have to run it. You have to run it. I'll show you, let me show you again. So once your program is ready, you're ready to execute, what you do right click with your mouse and click on run. There's a shorter way also, there's a second way how you can do it, but first time I want you to run it this way. Run as Java application. Once you click on it, your program, if you guys have this button, just click on OK. You guys can just click on OK. And then once you execution of your program, the output of the program will be shown on the console. All right. Okay, guys, let me pause the recording. All right, guys, we are back, right? We are back, we are live. Let's look into the things that we have done, right? We have done. Okay. So once again, right? So what we did first, right? What we did first, right? We created a project. Now inside our project, we have a package, right? Because that's, do we have to create it our own? No, we don't have to. But if you're not going to create it, our code won't be organized. So we decided to create a package to organize our code. And how did we name it? Syntax.class01. Now inside the package, right? What is a package? Package is simply a folder, guys. Now inside this package, what we created a Java class, okay? So what is a Java class, guys? Java class is an actual Java program, okay? So when we say I created a Java program, I created a Java class, right? So now Java program, guys, what is a Java program? It's simply when you look from it, guys, when you look in here, it's simply a file, right? It's simply a file that lives inside our package right now. And as other files, right? When you think of it, guys, of Excel files, right? Excel files. What kind of extension our Excel files have, guys? XLSX. These days it's XLSX, right? Because we're using the newer version, right? Our text files, right? They also have an extension. Our PowerPoints, they also have an extension. Our text files, they also have an extension, right? And now our Java program is also a file, guys. We'll go a little bit later, maybe, of course, not on the class one, everything, but later I'll show you guys. So Java program or Java class is what? Is an actual file. It's a file that have a .java extension. And what we did, we stored that file inside a folder, right? Or from our Eclipse, it looks like it's a package, right? And we name it syntax.class01. So a Java class is our actual Java program, right? So now our Java program, whenever we'll be doing programming, guys, there we will be using a lot of parentheses, a lot of braces, curly braces, round braces, square brackets, right? So we have to make sure we don't get confused. But one thing always remember, guys, any type of brackets we will be using, any type of brackets, they all come in pair. There's no single thing there's no single bracket that lives in Java. All of them has a pair, right? So when you think of the class has its own opening and close door, right? So if you would like to see where your class starts and class ends, that's right after your curly braces, guys. Once you put your cursor in here with your mouse, you don't have to put the cursor in here, but with your mouse, just double click. So now what it tells you, hey, what do I have inside my class? What do I have inside my building? Inside my building, I can have the main entrance, and there will be other many doors that we're going to have, but which we're going to learn later, but right? But for now, we have to have the main entrance to our class. So now inside our class, we have a main, okay? It's called method, okay? But for now, just call it main method, right? Main method is the main door to our program, right? To our program. Anything you have to type, it must live inside your opening door and your closing door. So when you think from outside, guys, for right now, it's only one line. But when we're going to have many lines, what you have to make sure, guys, that your always have two closing parentheses at the end, okay? Just always make sure that, right? So now, what are we writing in here? We wrote a statement. What kind of statement? We wrote a statement to print, right? Here we're saying, hey, system, can you print out something? Can you print out this line? Which line you want me print out? And here, whatever sentence you want. Anytime we have the sentences or words, we will be placing them inside the double quotes, right? Inside the double quotes. So one thing always remember, guys, right? So for example, now these days we're using IDs, and IDs will be very helpful, right? Very helpful to us, right? So you forgot you forgot the semicolon, right? You forgot the semicolon here because of our ID. It shows us that you have some syntax error, right? The Java follows a very strict syntax, and now because you did a mistake in the syntax, now that's why your ID shows you the issue. If you guys will be typing this code in the notepad is not going to show you that code. That issue we will find out only in the later process that you would have to do. But now that's a benefit of using the IDs, right? So now what are we missing? We're missing the semicolon, right? Or for example, let's say, let me take out this code, and let's say, what if you forgot, right? If you forgot, and then by mistake, you place your code outside. You place your code outside of the entire class. You see, guys, you will be getting some errors, right? You will be getting some errors, syntax error, your syntax is not correct, right? Or for example, now you place it outside of the class, right? Or for example, you will place it still inside the class, right? You are still inside the class. This is where your hello world program starts. This is where it ends. But now what you did, you added your print statement outside of the main door, right? Now again, you have been shown that you have some error, okay? So you have to make sure, guys, any code that we're going to write today and for the next 10, 11 classes, it has to be inside our main entrance, okay? Inside our main entrance. Now, let me ask you guys, how many statements do you guys think I can write inside my program? How many statements? For now, we just learned one print statement. I can write many, right? So if I want to have another print statement, right? Now I can say system that out. If I want to print something, now this is my instruction, system that out, that print line, right? Hey, what I want to say, hello students, right? Or let's say hello Michael, right? Hello Michael. Or I want to say another one, I want to say system that out, that print line, and I'm going to say hello students, right? Hello students, right? So if I'm going to run right now, guys, if I'm going to do my right click and I'm going to click on run my Java program, how many outputs am I going to see in my console? 3 or 2? 3, right? Why 3? Because remember, guys, what you did in your program, you're saying, hey, I want to see print out statement. I want to see 1. I want to say 2. I want to see this is the third one, right? And whenever we're going to run, the 3 statements we are going to see, right? Program, right, does what we instructed to do, right? Also, guys, I want you to pay attention to the order, right? I want you to pay attention to the order. Now, whenever we're doing the programming, guys, whenever they're doing the programming, our program always executes top to the bottom. It always executes top to the bottom, left to the right. Okay, that's why first, this is my first statement, right? My first statement, and that's why you're seeing it first in here. This is my second statement, my second output. This is my third statement. This is my third output. So if you have a syntax issue, if you're going to have any mistakes in your syntax, yes, our IDE is going to help. But later, guys, what we might have start having some logical mistakes. So logical errors, your IDs won't be able to capture. Okay, so logical errors, it's only us as a humans will be able to identify. Okay, but these IDs, they can check just simple any syntax errors. Can we add rows? Yugita, can you specify what do you mean by rows? Oh, you mean in here to add more lines? Yeah, you just continue, hit enter, 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 enter. Yep. And then if you don't need it, you just delete it, right? Okay. All right, let me see, guys. I think I wanted you to do something. Let me see, guys. Let's see what we have in our slides, right? There you go. We created our first program, hello world, right? This is our main method. It's the execution point, print line. We instructing to print something, right? To print something, and the output is shown in our console. Here we're talking about brackets, right? As I mentioned, there will be different brackets, round brackets, square brackets, curly brackets, and then angle brackets. Okay. For now, when we type in, we are ourselves typing the curly braces, but there will be more than that. Okay. There will be more than that. All right, let me see, guys. Let me see. Okay, I think this is good. Okay, so now, how do we delete the code we enter? When I was working on project, when I did it by using. If you want to delete the entire line, yes, you can do Control D. Control D or Command D for a Mac, right? But you can just delete it this way too. You just have to, you can use in your backspace, you also can delete it, okay? No problem in there. Okay? So now one thing, guys, whenever you were created a program, right? Whenever you are created the program, what happened at first line, what you guys saw, there was something specified using 2 forward slashes, and it was saying something to do, right? It was with the uppercase, something to do, and whatever the things was in there, right? Whatever, something was there. So now, what is this 2 slashes, right? 2 slashes. And let me actually try to write the code. Run. I'm going to run the code. I'm going to run the code. And, okay, I need to save it. Do you guys see this output? Do you guys see to do whatever in my output in the console? No, I don't see it. In the console, I don't see this output on my program, right? So now what is this we specify using 2 forward slashes? Using 2 forward slashes, guys, we are adding comments, right? We are adding comments. For example, right now, we will add a little bit later comments, but why those comments are very, very useful, guys. Remember, when the programmers and when us testers, we will be writing code, right? We will be writing definitely more than one line and more than 3 lines of code, right? Yep, so what we will be doing sometimes, hey, you know what? I want to add some notes, right? I want to add some notes. I want to add some comments, right? Or for example, right? Sometimes you guys will be given a task that might take you 2-3 days, right? For example, when the task takes 2-3 days, and right now, let's say it's 5 o'clock or 4:50, right? Your working day finishes at 5, you have to go home, right? So what you can do, hey, you know what? I can add a comment, right? I can add the comment in here. How can I add the comment? I can use the 2 forward slashes. So, and for example, you add the comment, I don't know, to be continued tomorrow, right? So these 2 forward slashes, they comment, they are being not executed by your program. So whenever Java is trying to run your code, is not looking at your comment. All it look only onto these statements, right? So now, not the other way, this way. Not not forward slashes, backslashes. Is there the shortcut? So there's a shorter way how can we run the program, right? There's a shorter way how can we run, but let me go back to one thing, okay? So sometimes in our code, guys, we will have to add a lot of comments, right? So if your comment is short that can fit under one line, you can just use 2 forward slashes, right? But let's say if there's a multiple line comments you want to add, then what we can do, we can put the 1 forward slash and add a star. Add a star and then hit enter. Comments, no, comments are not case sensitive. Java, whenever it's executing your program, Java is not reading your comments. Java don't care about your comments. So comments can be written whichever way you want it, guys, right? Whichever way you want it. Mariam, you're missing the parenthesis, right? So remember when I talk about the braces, right? Your class has one opening curly braces, it has a closing. Your main door, once you open it, you have to close it. If you're not going to close it, will be cold or hot in the house, right? So that's what you're missing right now. So now when it comes to, you guys should, let me check my connection should be good, guys. My connection should be good. Okay, if your console is on the right corner, no problem. Remember, guys, as I mentioned, these windows, they are draggable, they're movable. You can have them on the left, you can have them on the right, you can have them on the bottom. So you put it in whichever view it's more convenient for you. Okay. All right. So now when it comes the comments, guys, comments can be anywhere. Why they can be anywhere? Because the comments are being ignored by Java. So you want to do the comment before you start your program? Sure, you can add the comment before you start the program. Okay, so they're ignored. So there won't be any so syntax or any logical things are not checked in there. Okay, not checked in there. Okay. So now this is a comment. So to be continued, let me put it, this is, I'm going to name single line comment. And whenever I want to add multiple lines of comments, right? What I'm going to do, I can put the forward slash star, and this is multi-line comment. Okay, multi-line, multi-line. What is it? Why? Yeah, one thing is you will notice that whenever I'm typing, and probably my pronunciation sometimes I will be having some grammar mistake. I will have some pronunciation mistakes, so apologies in advance, guys. Okay. Multi-line, that's how I type. I don't know, we did not like it, but that's fine. Okay, that's fine. All right, guys, right? So single line comments, multi-line comments. Does it mean that we always have to have them? guys, we're not always going to add the comment, but it's given to us, right? Hey, if you want to add any comments, whenever you're needed, whenever you feel like, then this is the way how you can add it. And those comments are being ignored by the Java program, okay? By the Java program. Okay, guys. I mean, this is if you I don't know why it's giving me the issue, but it's fine. Yeah, they ignore, right? So now once again, to execute my program, right? To execute my program, we click on right click and we select run. This is the first way. This is the first way how to run my program, right? This is the first way. This is the first way. Now, the second way how to run my program, you guys will see there is an option, right? There's an option on our top right corner. So our top right corner, guys, gives us this menu, right? It gives us this menu. So in here, what you guys will see? You guys will see the run button in here. If you guys are going to hover over, you will see that it says run, right? So now, instead of doing right click and run, what you can do, you can just click run from here, okay? So I click on run and right there it's running, okay? Yeah, single line is just to add the comment, Is there any shortcuts for Windows users? You guys will have you are having a very short shortcut. You guys can look in here, right? So when I'm clicking on, I can click on run from here. So when I click on run here, it shows me the shortcut, but it shows the shortcut for my Mac. So when you guys want, if you want to find out the shortcut for your Windows, just go to your menu, go to option. Before we went to the Windows, now you'll have to go to the option run. And when you click on run, you see for us, the shortcut, I have to do the upper keys, then I have to do the command, and then I can press F11, that will be my shortcut. For Windows, it will be a little bit different shortcut. But to be honest with you guys, for me, the shorter way probably will be just to click on the run button in here, okay? Okay, right? But whichever things will be more comfortable for you, right? So comments can be anywhere in your program. Comments can be anywhere. They can be inside the parentheses, outside the parentheses, inside the class, but outside the main method, right? Why? Because they simply ignore. Java does not look into your comments when it's trying to execute your code. Comments are strictly for us, for programmers, okay? For programmers. Why do we need comments? Whenever our code becomes big, right? Whenever our code becomes big, this is in the industry when you guys start working, because sometimes what will happen, guys, it won't be just you are the only one who will be working on accomplishing some task, let's say automation task, right? So you guys all will be writing the code. Now, Alexei, you will be working, let's say, with Elif together. Now, Elif wrote some code, right? And then you write some code. So now for you to easier to understand it, right? What Elif has done, what she will add, she will add a little comments in there. So this way, without you looking at hundreds lines of the code, you know what was the purpose of this piece of code that Elif has written. And the same thing when you write, let's say 50 lines of code, and then you will add a comment. This code will perform such an action, right? So this way it's easier, understandable for other people. And this way also, let's say you wrote a code and then, I don't know, in 1 year you go back and you look at that code, so you know what actually you have done in there, right? This is comments are used just for us. Okay, right. So this is the comments, and what we did just type our hello world. We did the system that out, and what we learned that our program executes from top to the bottom, from left to the right, right? From left to the right. Okay, good. So now what I'll give you a quick task. I'll give you a quick task. Okay, I'll give you a quick task, and let me write it in here. Actually, I have it in here ready, so let me write it. So what I want you to do, and I'll explain it for you guys. This is the task for you. And those tasks will be given to you all the time. So task guys, but please read it carefully, right? And remember guys, no rushing there. So task. So you have to create a Java program, right? So remember guys, when I say a Java program is an actual class. When we say create a Java program, we're creating an actual Java class. What is the name I want you to give? The name of your program or your class should be the programmer, right? The programmer. Now inside the class, I want you to write the comment. Inside a class, I want you to write the comment. I want you to write a comment. This is my second Java program. And your program, your class should give me a printout. When I'm able to execute your class, when I'm able to execute your Java program, I want to see the output in a console saying, I am a Java programmer. Okay, so can you guys please go ahead and do it? And whenever you guys doing it, so what you guys can do, you can take a screenshot and you can share it in the channel, right? But this is just, we know that you're actively doing the things, but also for your classmates, the first things maybe won't be that difficult, but later once the tasks are getting more difficult, please make sure you guys just don't copy what your classmates did, right? Do it yourself. Uh, Yes, guys. So all the classes, remember now what you need to create a second class, right? Second class, but because it has to be organized. It's second Java class, not second Java program, right? Let's call it Java program. But because it's still our first class, so your second Java program also will be created inside this package, right? So you'll do right click new and you'll select the class, right? And for this entire uh, next 1 month, guys, we will be working under one project. During our Java classes, we'll be working under one project, but what we're going to have, we're going to have many, many packages, okay? And inside the packages, you guys going to have many, many classes. Task, sure, here's a task, guys. Class. Aisha, this is a Java program is in class. All right, that's good, good, good. I see you guys doing it. So if you guys using Windows, remember you guys can use the snipping tool, right, to take screenshots. Or if you use in Mac, you guys can use Control Shift 3 or Control Shift 4 to take pictures, right? Screenshots. much fun. I hope you guys are having fun. Right? I see you already writing your second program, right? Alex, yes, we will go over it. We will go over it. Every class we will be talking about packages, and then once you guys start learning, go after the basics, you guys will be keep talking about classes many times. Okay? Step by step, guys. We learn it step by step. Java is actually pretty fun. Can you copy? Of course you guys can copy, but first classes I always ask at least don't copy. I want you to get used to into the typing and looking into what kind of errors you guys can make, right? So we can start learning those errors, because the more and more we will be going into different topics, there's a more and more different errors will start coming. So at least for now, whatever errors you're making, guys, I want to make sure you understand what they did and able to fix them. Okay. Oh wow, Nikolai, you have the entire, you have a super big screen. Mustafa, okay, click on OK, and once you click on OK, you just have to uh, send a screenshot in the support channel. Probably team will have to connect with you. They will have to check your properties about your Java. Okay, so ask them to help you out. Catalina, you can do it a little bit later. You just will have to go to the preferences. You'll have to go to the preferences, and there you can select either dark background, or you can select a light background. Okay. So, but let's look at the task, guys. Right. The task was to create a Java program, right? What what do we mean by Java program? Java program is an actual class, right? So now, because we decided that all the classes will be organized and stored in this particular package, right? So now the classes will be created in here. So you'll do right click, you create new class, and you type the name, the programmer, right? The programmer. Okay. So remember, guys, now because you have a space, right? Because you have a space, now you guys will see a little thing, and a little thing on top, right? It tells you type name is not valid, right? Because Java has a very strict rule. Hey, don't use spaces when you're trying to name my class. Okay. So what we have to do, we will have to rename that space, right? We have to rename that space. And even when you have a space, guys, your finish button is disabled, right? So once we remove it, we select on our main, right? Because it's a very long sentence. We don't want to type it for now, but later you guys will be typing. So for now, we'll just click this checkbox and click on finish, right? And click on finish. Okay. So now the first part of the task was, hey, inside the class, we want to write a comment, right? And if your comment fits under one line, right, under one line, so we can add a single line comment, but using two forward slashes, right? And here, this is my comment. This is my comment, right? This is my comment. Now, my second part was what I need to do. My program should display the output as I'm a Java programmer, right? I'm a Java programmer. Now, how do my system prints out? I need to specify the statement, right? I need to write it. system, let's say system that out that print line, right? Should always the semicolon. And here, this is my sentence, right? Here, this is my sentence. Now, of main void by, can we make the selection of main void by default? No, you will have to select it every time. I think you have to select every time, but on the class number 3 or 4, guys, we will learn the shortcut. On the class number 2, we will try to type all this thing ourselves, okay? So this is my comment, right? This is my comment. It still lives inside my class. It still lives inside my class, right? And now you guys see here, I was able to pass this sentence, right? There was no issue. Why there was no issue? Because it's a comment. Java is not looking into the comments. But now in here, this is actual a Java coding, right? This is actual Java code that we're writing. So now here, that's where we have an issue, right? And if you guys going to hover over, what we see, and it says, hey, that there's some syntax error we have, right? So now, anytime, guys, if you want to print out a word or a sentence, you have to place it inside the double quotes, right? And quotation also has a period, guys. Whatever you start, you have to finish. Whatever we open, we have to close, right? For example, hey, if I want to print number, system that out, that print line, right? Hey, what I want to print? I want to print number. I want to print number. I want to print 2021, right? So if I want to print numbers, of course, I don't need any quotations. For numbers, I don't need any quotations, but for the words and sentences, I do need a quotation, okay? I don't need quotation. Okay? No quotation, but for the word and sentences, we need a quotation, right? Okay, let me try to run it. Now when I'm going to run here, right? I have an output. I'm a Java programmer. And here I added my second print statement, 2021, right? And as we've seen, so if it's combination of letters and numbers, you still have to put it in the quotation. Okay, you still have to put it. But later we will be learning, even on tomorrow class, guys, we will be learning how to, if you don't want to put the numbers in the quotation, how we're going to attach them. Okay, we're going to look into that. Okay, right, and also program is executed top to the bottom. First line number 9 was executed, then line 10 executed, and they executed left to the right, right? Different statement. Can I run it? You just do the right click, you click select on run, right? Do right click, select run, or the shorter way, right? The shorter way how we can run, we can just run from this option, right? If you hover over this green button, it says run which program you want to run. I want to run the program, the programmer, right? It even tells you which program you want to run, and I'm running it. So one thing, guys, what's going to happen if this window was showing up, right? If this window was showing up, so before we execute any Java program, before we actually run it, the entire source code, right? The entire code that we are writing and the code that we as a programmer is writing, we call it a source code, right? This source code has to be saved, right? So this code has to be saved. And if you want to make sure, right? If you don't want to every time keep clicking OK and then your code runs, if you want to make sure that your code runs every time before you click on run, what you guys can do, you guys can select this checkbox. So it's always save resources before launching your program, right? Before launching. So I'll select this checkbox so this window is never going to show up, okay? And you click on OK. There you go, that's my program executed, okay? Okay, right? Any questions, guys? Any questions so far? So Mohammed, if you did not select automatically, because right now I don't think it's ever going to show up. Save and lunch. Okay, so if you making any changes in the code, right? If you make any changes, because even if you guys going to add the space, it is a change, right? If you're going to add a space, extra line, it is a change, right? Now, before running, before I selected that option, when I was clicking on run, that window was showing up. That window was showing up and was warning me, hey, you made some changes, you did not save them. Do you want to save them before launching the program? And I said, yes. So now this window is not going to show up to me because I select the checkbox, okay? Mohammed, if you have a problem, please send it to the support channel, okay? If it's like actual coding problem in there. If you just have a questions for topics that we covering, you guys more than welcome to type it in here. It's just because it's many of you, right? If I'll start looking into all your screenshots, our bootcamp will take 1 year probably, right? Okay, guys, right? So for now, we just learn how to write the program, and for now, we just learn how to add the comments, right? So now, let's look into one more thing. So what I would like to do for the 21. Okay, if you guys added quotation, it still worked, right? It still worked. It still worked, but for numbers, you don't need to use a quotation. You don't need to use a quotation because here you are using a numbers, here you're using a sentences. They are different data sets, okay, which we will touch in the class today as well. So for numbers, you don't need quotations, okay? For numbers, you don't need quotations. But even if you add it, it still works, but you don't need it, okay? You don't need it. So let me create another program, guys. I'm going to create another program because there's a multiple ways how you can, not multiple ways, there's another way how we can show the printout on our console, guys, okay? And I want to show you what is the other statement we can use. So I'm going to have a class. I'm going to name it, so there's an option print, or I'll name it print or print ln. Okay, that's how I'm going to name the class, right? So you guys can name it whatever, of course, you want, but I name it print or print ln. Okay, so far we've been using print ln, but there's another option that we have print. And now combining 3 words together, I'm removing the spaces, I'm adding all upper cases to follow the camel case, right? And I'll select my main method, and I click on finish, right? I'll click on it. Okay. And let me write few print statements, but I'm going to make them a little bit different, okay? So for example, I'm going to say capital S, right? Because Java is a case sensitive system that out that print line, right? And let's say I'm going to say this is print. This is print. And that out the print line, right? I'll have line, and I'm going to say this is print ln month. Let me add maybe here. And then I'm just going to add them that out. The print. Oh, I did print line. Okay, I'll fix it. Maybe in here, I'll do also print line. Okay, sorry guys, I wanted to show you. So first one will be print line. That's fine. Oh, I said print. That's fine. This one should be just print. This is print line, and this is will be another. Let's make it print line. Okay. I'll just type hello, right? Now, now let's see, how come there isn't, because Mohamed, you mistyped it. It's print, right? It's print, you are misspelled. You are missing T. So now both of these commands, print, and here it's print line, right? It's just a shorter way of line. We just type in ln. Both of them, they will print something in our console. They will give us an output. But now let's see what is the difference. What is the difference, right? So I'm going to click on run, right? What I'm trying to run, it tells me the program that I'm going to run. Hey, do you want to run the program print or print line? Yes, this is the program I want to run, and I just click on run, right? There you go, guys. So what do you see? What do you see right now, guys? Statement issue. Didn't start a new line right there, right? So there's something about lining, right? So what happens, guys? What is the difference between print and print line? So what a print does, because this is the output of my print, right? So what a print does, it strictly prints. It strictly prints, right? So it printed this sentence and it left the cursor in here. It left the cursor in here, right? They're like, okay, I did my job. I just printed, right? So what is the print line does? Print line prints and moves your cursor to the new line. It creates a new line for the next print out, for the next print out that you're going to have. So print just prints, leaves your cursor, but print line, what it does, this cursor, it moves to the next. It moves to the next. So this way, when the next print comes, it's able to start from the new line. Okay, once again, print just prints. Print, like, okay, you want me to print? I don't care. I just print. I printed the statement. This is the print command, and I'm done, right? My job is done. The job was the print line. Besides printing, you need to create a new line. That's what it does. It prints and moves your cursor to the new line, right? So now let's change them around. So now let me change the spaces. Let me change the order, right? Because remember, guys, program executes top to the bottom, right? So now, what do you guys think will be the output now? How the output is going to look like? Is it going to be the same? I switched them. Look into the lines, guys. There will be two lines right there, right? So now, sure, you see three print statements, but this three print statement is going to give me only two lines, right? So this statement is going to be printed, right? It prints, right? It prints, and then it prints in here first, and then it will create a new line for you. Then this will be printed on the second line, right? This will be printed on the second line, but the cursor will be left in here. The cursor will be left in here. So then when your hello comes, your hello is not able to start from the new line. Your hello will continue where your print left, right? Where you print. Right. This is the print line command. There you go, print line, it printed, you move the cursor to the new line, right? Your cursor is waiting in here. So now, next output, this is the print command. It printed, and okay, I'm done. My job is over, right? And it just leaves the cursor here, right? That's what you guys see, it's highlighting. Hello. And then when the next line comes, they're like, oh my God, okay, I'm printing, but where I'm printing, I have to continue where you guys left the cursor, right? But if I'm going to add another one, system, and that out, That print. Okay, let me see if even if I'm going to do the print. Even if I'm going to print and I'm going to say buy. Where's my buy is going to be printed, guys? Will my buy will be printed in here or my buy will be printed in the new line? So here, this is where your hello ended, right? This is your hello, right? Because your hello printed and then created your new line, so buy will come in here, right? Buy will come in here, but because it's just simple print, it will leave your cursor in here. So any next print out statement will be continued from here, not from the new line, right? Now if I'm going to run it, right? Hello has printed, created new line. Now buy comes in here, right? This is the difference, print and print line. And let me add the comment in here, guys. Line means new line. Yep, it creates new line for you. It prints and creates new line. So let me add the comment, right? Print line, what it does, it prints statement, right? Let's say print statement and creates new line, right? Where we talk about print, what a print does, it's just print a statement, statement, and leaves cursor on the same line. And here I'll add what happens in here. No new line is added. No new line. Yeah, there's no quotation. Yep, there's no quotation, guys. Why? Because this is a different, we are going to, there's a different data set that is being used. Okay, there's different data sets. But yeah, your quotations are not going to print. They won't be printed. Okay. It's a trick of a god. Okay, remember guys, this is, I have multiple lines that I want to comment it out. That's why I use the / with the star. But if I want to add a single comment, I'll just use 2 /. This is the end of the program. This is the end of my how to have an output with the quotation marks. Okay, guys, we will you will have to add more stuff. We will add it in our, we can look into it on the second class. Once we start looking into what we actually place inside a quotation. Once we understand what we place in the quotation, then we can see how we can add the actual quotations. Okay. All right, guys. Any questions for the print and print line? Not so far. Okay, good. All right, guys. Let me give you another quick task, right? Another quick task. You got this. Of course, you guys, you got this, right? Of course, you got this. Send it to you. Another task. Okay. So your task is you have to create a Java program, right? There you go. Not to make it too easy for you, right? Your Java program name will be syntax programmer, right? You guys already know Java programming syntax class, right? The output, right? The output of your program should look like that. I want to see 1 statement, 2 statement, 3 statement, 4 statements. So your program should consist of 4 print statements. But because it has to be printed in this order, you guys will need to figure out which one will use print, which one will use the print line, right? So two statements I want to see on the same line, and two other statements I want to see on separate lines, okay? So please go ahead, guys, and do this task. Catalina, class, right? Class. Java program means class. Java program does not mean project, okay? So let me see. I don't even know your name. S. Kazarenko, could you please tell us your name so we can call you by name? Can you copy and paste? Of course you guys can copy and paste, but please try to type it. I know it's a lot of retyping, but I want you to type it. I want you to get in the habit of typing. Once you guys become a pro, right, then you guys can copy and paste. At your work, there will be a lot of copy and pasting, but for now, for learning purposes, guys, please no copy and pasting, especially the code from your colleagues. All right. Okay. While you type in, I'll also do it, right? My Java program is actually my Java class. I needed to name my class syntax programmer, right? Syntax programmer, cannot have spaces. Selecting my main method, we cannot finish, right? We cannot finish. So I have to have statements, right? I have to have 4 statements. One statement, second, third, and fourth, right? Okay. Even if you guys do mistake at first, it is okay, right? Once you run your program, then you are able to decide, oh, should I have some mistake, right? Then get out, get print, right? My first statement. And I'm going to copy, guys. I hope you don't copy, okay? Right, then I should have I study at syntax. Syntax. Then I should have I love Java. Java. And oops. Java. And then I want to have 3 exclamation marks. Okay. Okay. So here I needed to have each sentence should be in the separate statement, right? So how many sentences I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So let's say at first, right? Can you rename it? Yes, you can rename it. Actually, let me show you after this, guys. Okay. So let's say I wrote 4 statements. Now I want to run it. I want to run it. Okay. So now this is how I'm looking. I'm seeing I'm Java programmer. I studied syntax. I love Java and 3 exclamation marks, right? But when I look at the task, this is the output we try to achieve, right? So it means the second statement must be on the same output, right? Okay, how do I make that? All I have to do, instead of the print line, I'll just type print. Okay, I'll just type. Now, when I'm going to run, this is the output I was searching for, right? I was searching for. So now one thing is actually a few things, right? I've seen some of you have code written a little bit like that, and then maybe written a little bit like that, and maybe like that, and maybe like that, right? Which is fine. Of course, it's fine. But what are we trying to do, guys? I like when my code is nice and neat, right? It's not just about being nice and neat, but it's also alignment is important, guys. Alignment is important because for now we just have print out statements. Later, guys, we will be writing different blocks of code, okay, different blocks of code. So you want to see where this block of code starts, where this block of code ends, okay? So what do we need to do, guys? We need to learn how to format our code, okay? How to format our code. So in order to format our code, thank you to our IDEs, right? In our case, Eclipse, there's a shortcut to format. So now the shortcut to format, right? Let me add my comment in here. Shortcut to format your code, right? So Mac users, you are going to use command plus shift plus F. Windows, you guys are going to use control plus shift plus F. Okay, so once you do, hold them, right? Command shift F. So what it does, you guys see, now my code is formatted. Now alignment is straight, right? So this way it's easier for you to look. Your code looks a little bit cleaner, right? Your code looks a little bit cleaner, and you guys see it's even formatted, this code as well. Formatted my comments as well. Right, so this way, when you really look, guys, when you really look, your class, right? Your class starts from here And that's why you guys see the closing parentheses right in here as well. They align public class with the closing parentheses aligned. Your main method, when it starts, it's also aligned with its own closing parentheses, right? So with the help of brackets, right, with this help of these curly braces, we identifying that there's a block of code. Hey, I have written block of code inside my main method. This is where my main method starts. This is where my main method ends, right? And where's this block of code goes? It goes from here to here, right? Later, we will be writing many other blocks. We will be writing blocks for condition. We will be writing blocks for cycles. So we want to make sure just visually that we see that we put the piece of code inside particular block. Okay, so just visually it's important. So always try to format your code, guys. Can the last one be print? Of course, the last one be print, right? Why? Because here's it's already new line will be created. After it's done, can it be printed here? Yes, it can be printed there, guys, right? Because the further statements are unknown, right? And I can assume this is the end of the program, right? This can be the end. But sure, you can use it print. But here we're not going to see the difference, right? We're not going to see the difference, but a cursor was left in here. Not on the new line, it was left in here, okay? Yes, if anything later you want to add, yep, of course it will continue in here. It will continue in here. But just to get the output that we're looking for, it can be either print or it can be either print line, right? But whenever the future conditions will be added, then we can go back and modify if we need, right? Okay. Were you guys all able to format the code? How to put the space in between the dot. For now, you guys can just add a space in here, space. That's where you guys can add the space. Add the space inside the double quotes. Don't add the space in here, but inside the double quotes, okay? Inside the double quotes. Okay, guys, so now so first when we talk about that Java is a case sensitive, right? So here, if I'm going to write the lowercase, right? So now, capital S system, lowercase system, completely two different things for Java. Now Java does not understand what the system with the lowercase means. That's why we're saying Java is a case sensitive, right? Here, instead of the small p, you're going to write big P right there, right? So you having the issues. So Java is a case sensitive. So make sure, guys, sometimes if you think that everything is right, just double check your low caps and upper caps, right? Another thing, always, because we just start into typing, that's why, guys, I'm asking you not to copy and paste a lot, because we will be doing some misspelling, right? Misspelling, that this is where we got some misspelling from the students, right? So that's why try to type as many times. I know it's repetitive, system that out, system that out, system that out, but eventually you guys will need to know this line, okay? So misspelling, of course, right? Here, another issue with the syntax, statement has to be finished, right? So now when it comes to the spaces, guys, when it comes to the space, if you're not going to add a space in here, it's no problem, right? It's no problem. So here, what do we call, guys? The spaces that you are going to have in here, we call them white spaces, okay? White spaces. In here, right? I can have as many spaces in here. Don't really matter. Java ignores those white spaces, right? If I'm going to execute my program, it does not mean that between statement that going to print from line 17 to line 26 that there will be this big space. No, those we call it white spaces. You guys see they are ignored. They ignored whenever I'm doing the execution. But where spaces will be matter, spaces will be matter inside our double quotes. If I'm going to add spaces in here, guys, see, I went inside my double quotes, and now let me add spaces, 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 spaces in here. I added many spaces, right? Now, if I'm going to run, now these spaces are shown. the spaces are shown, okay? Why these spaces are matter? Because this space, right, this space, I placed inside my double quotation. That's where the space will be matter. There's not kind of like such an industry, but look guys, whenever I'm going to do Control Shift F, this white spaces will be removed. Okay, so that's why it's always good practice to format your code, but preferably, yeah, we're not trying to have any white spaces. Okay, unnecessary, right? Not unnecessary. Okay, right? So white space matter inside the quotation. Space don't matter outside. Okay, space don't matter outside. But when you format your code will be formatted and will give you the nice look, right? And some of you were asking if you want to add single space, you want to add more space, double space, triple space, but where it's located inside the quotation right here. Right now, what you have one space, you have second space, you have third space. Okay, exactly the same as you had it in here. 1, 2, 3, right? All right, guys. All right, so 122, 122, 122. So we are about to start our data types, guys, okay? So let's do this, guys. Let's take a break before we start our actual main topic of today, right? Data types. That's a beginning of basics of any programming language as you guys go. So let's take a break, guys, 15 minutes, right? So then after the break, we will start and we will continue till the end of the class. Sounds good? All right, guys. So now you can go ahead and grab your food, coffee, whatever things you need, right? But if you really look, guys, it's 1:23. Did that time go quickly or it just went quickly for me, guys? It is, right? Very quick. And remember, guys, at first I did a little talking and all this. So when our class will be full of coding, the 5 hours will go like that. Starving. Okay, guys, not gonna hold you. Let's take 1:25. Let's be back by 1:40. Okay, right till 1:40. All right. Time to Bishparmakin. Evgeny, if you inviting, we will all come. All right, guys. I'll be back at 1:40. Okay. All right, guys. So I hope all those things that we talk are clear. And now we actually moving into our Java programming, right? And we talk about Java programming. So remember, guys, at first, thank you, guys. At first, when we said about programming, right? So we said, hey, what is a programming? Programming is a set of instructions that we give into a computer, then the computer processes it, programming, right? Through the programming, we're building different software and applications, right? So all the things that you guys see, right? This is something has been developed. So now whenever you think as of any application, right? Any application that you think of, in that application, we are using different sets of data, right? For example, let me just go and let's say, for example, right? Let's go to the Facebook, right? Let's go to the Facebook, right? So right now, let's say if I want to create an account, right? If I want to create an account, right? So right now, this application have to collect different sets of data, right? It has to collect my first name, it has to collect my mobile number, it has to collect my date of birth, my gender, right? And all other things, right? So now, but not just for the collecting data, right? Anything that you see in here, guys, this is the data that has been actually stored, right? So now we have a different sets of data, right? So in here, we have a name, right? What is a name? Name will be a collection of combination of letters, right? Here, a number, right? Mobile, It's numbers, right? So here you have a date of birth, right? Here you have a, here of course you have a letters, but it can be a numbers too, right? Here, whenever you select, it will be a number, the year is a number. So now, different types of data. So now, through our programming, we have to make sure that we able, right, that we able to work with different sets of data. Now, in order for us to work with different sets of data, in Java, we have different data types that will be representing that data, right? For example, hey, right, you want to represent a year. Year is a numeric value. To represent the numeric value, Java can provide us different data sets, right? So now here, first name, last name, right? Password, right? It can be combination of letters. It can be combination of letters and the characters. Hey, to represent a combination of letters, hey, Java has a different data set, right? And then, for example, here, for example, for gender, if there will be just a single, if there will be a single character, FM, right? So then that's a completely different data set. So now Java has a variety of different data types that is given to us, to programmers, so we can work and process different type of the information, right? So now when we talk about Java, Java has a different data types, right? Data types in Java, okay? So if some of you guys already look, can you guys tell me how many data types in Java we have? Because there's a different information, different data sets we have. So how many data types Java provides us? 8, 5, 2, okay, I understand 2, I understand 8. Many could be many in a little bit different way. Yes, could be many. Okay, right? So data types, right? So we'll start probably from more closer, then we will summarize, okay? So data types. So as I mentioned, for example, on the example of Facebook, you guys saw right here what we need to have some characters. Here can be some, I don't know, special characters included in the password. Here can be some numeric values, right? So now that's what we're going to look. So we can work with the numeric data, right? Numeric values, and then we can have non-numeric, right? So now when we have a numeric values, right? So now guys, let me ask you guys, numeric values. So in here, I have to enter the year. Year can be 2021, 1995, 1965, 2022, whatever the year, right? So when you look at it, it's a whole number, right? My date, you can read from 1st to 31st. It's a whole number. Now think of it if you're going to work, let's say on, I don't know, on the Amazon, when we look at different items and prices. So now our prices can be $5.99, $6.99, $10.99, right? So what kind of numbers are we talking about? We're talking about decimals, right? We're talking about the numbers with decimals. So they're also different, right? So now Java said, okay, you know what? When you work with the numeric values, your numeric values can be whole numbers and they can be decimals, right? Decimals. Okay, so now that's where we are going to start. So now Java says, hey, whenever you want to work with the numbers, right? Whenever you want to work with the numbers, I'll give you a variety of different types, right? Java doesn't give us, hey, go, this is just only one type, go ahead and work with it. Java gives us a different variety, okay? So now to represent a numeric value as a whole number, Java gives us 4 different data types. It gives us byte, it gives us short, it gives us integer, and it gives us long. Okay, and we're going to type all of them. We're going to see what is the difference between them. Okay, so now Java says, okay, I understand that there can be a decimals, right? There can be decimal numbers. So now, if you have to work with decimals, I'm giving you two different other kinds. So to work with the decimals, we have Java says, hey, you can use my float and you can use my double. You can use my double. Okay, right? Use my double. All right. So now I think that's pretty much about numbers, right? I think, yeah, whole numbers, decimals, numbers, so different representation of those numbers. Now there can be non-numeric values, right? So whenever we work with the application, there can be non-numeric values, right? So we can have values that can be represented as a single character, right? It can be a single letter, or it can be a special character, right? Special characters such as a $sign, exclamation mark, question mark, percentage sign, right? Any of those special characters. How do you represent them? To represent those characters in Java, we have something that called char, right? So what a char does, it represents one character. And it either can be one letter character, right? One letter, can be even a number. One letter, one number, one special character. As long as it's one. As long as it's one. Yep, just one, right? We are not going into sequence of characters such as first name, last name, email. No, we're talking about single character, right? For example, you have to represent your gender, right? F, right? Or you have to represent a single character, $sign, right? So how we will be representing it, we'll be putting it inside a single quote. Just one character, one character. What is your character? F. What is your character? A $sign, right? Here we have a letter character, here we have a $sign. How we will be representing them? We will be representing them in the single quotation, okay? So now what else can come under non-numeric values, okay? Under non-numeric values, there's some data type. I don't know if you guys heard or not heard. There's one data type that we call a Boolean, okay? Have you guys heard of the Boolean? Okay, good. You guys did some homework, right? If you say no, then next time, please make sure you look. Okay, so Boolean is a data type that represents yes or no answer, right? Do I like the class? Yes. Am I hungry? Yes. Is it cold outside? No, right? So to represent yes or no, right? In Java, what we have something that called true or false. True or false, right? If you want to say, hey, I am hungry. If you're hungry, you're going to say true. If you're not hungry, you're going to say false, right? In Java, we don't say yes or no. What we say true or false, right? So for example, where your true or false will be in here. Hey, is this checkbox is clicked? Yes. If it will be, if your radio button is clicked, then it will be the radio button click. Yes, it will be stored in the form of true. If the radio button is not clicked, it will be stored in the form of false. It's very cold outside in the Buffalo. Oh, wow. Okay. People probably in Las Vegas or California, they're like, okay, thanks God we're not there, right? But how cold it is? Not that cold. Not yet, right? Not yet. But it's going to get pretty cold. Minus 50. In San Francisco, actually, it's not that hot either, right, Farhad? I've been in San Francisco a couple of years ago. It gets very chilly. But it's great. California, 84 degrees. Chicago, 79. Right now, still summer. Well, that's a beauty right now, guys, right? So let's say you're I don't know, maybe you wanted to go to live in some state for some time, right? But you know, had no reasons to move. Maybe after finishing our boot camp, maybe your job will be somewhere in California, right? And it will be good paying job, right? So why not? Or the best part, let's say you guys want to go live somewhere outside of the country, right? Because majority of the jobs are remote right now. So we'll see, of course, what's going to be happening with the COVID situation. But let's say you can work remote. You can be in any country and work remote. The best part, right? Oh, Washington, Seattle. Oh yeah, you guys have a lot of rain. You love it here? That's good. That's good. All right, guys. Oh, my voice. So now when we're looking at this, guys, okay, so now when we're looking at this, right? So once again, whenever we work with different type of the information, we have to make sure we are able to process it, right? We are able to process it. So now Java says, hey, whenever you're working with the whole numbers, to represent the whole numbers, I'm giving you 4 different data types, right? If you have to store 1, 2, 3, 1,000, 1,000,000, 10,000,000, whatever your number you're going to have, there you go. I'm giving you the variety of these data types. Hey, if you have to work with the decimals, 199, 299, 1,099, whatever the number with those decimals you have, there you go. You can use them in store inside the float, or you can use a double. Okay, you can use a double. Okay, besides having the numbers, there can be a different data types, right? Hey, I can have a single character, right? I can have a single character. It's not numeric, so that's why it falls under non-numeric category, right? To represent a single character, we have char, and this is a very special one, data type, right? So whenever we want to say yes or no, whenever we want to say yes or no, okay? Whenever we want to say yes or no. Like this checkbox when we clicked, right? This checkbox when we clicked, right? This checkbox when we click, right? If I'm going to click, it's going to be stored as a true. If I'm not going to click, it will be stored as a false, right? Am I selecting it? Yes. Am I clicking on it? If I'm unselecting it, it's no. Okay, it's no. Okay, right? So now when we look at it, what we have, char is 1, boolean is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so now what we have 8 data types. But all these 8 data types, guys, they are being a part of something that we call a primitive types. Primitive data types. So primitive data types, of the primitive data types, we have 8. We have 8, okay? And there's something that in Java we're going to have, that's we're going to call non-primitive, okay? That's we're going to call non-primitive. Will be non-primitive data types. And there will be unlimited of primitive data types. And one of the example, and there will be many, many more that we will be learning, guys. One of the example of non-primitive data types, for example, anytime I want to store the name, anytime I want to store the email, anytime I want to store the password, right? So now what are those, right? Name, it's a combination of multiple characters, right? Yeah, those notes will be available to you guys. What is a name? Name is a combination of multiple characters. What is an email, right? Let's say my email, sl@syntaxtext.com, right? So now my email is combination of what is letters and the special characters, right? It's not one, but it's a combination. What is my password? sl123. Now I have a combination of letters and the numbers, right? So anytime we have to use the combination of letters and special characters, letters and numbers, or just a collection of letters, This falls under non-primitive types, which we guys will be looking tomorrow, but one of the example, it can be a, we call it a string, okay? It will be a string. So now when we look, guys, when we look, how many data types in Java we have? We have 2 data types. We have only 2 data types in Java. We have primitive data type and we have non-primitive data type. So now students that said that there's 8 data types that can represent a primitive values. And there's an unlimited non-primitive data types that will be representing many other things, right? I'll just call it many other things for now, so not to bore you with the how you call it, with the terminology, right? Okay, so our focus today, guys, will be strictly, we will be focusing on 8 primitive data types, 8 primitive data types. Okay, guys. And of course, we will look what is the difference, why Java gives us 4 different data types to represent whole numbers. Why does it gives us 2 different data types to represent the decimals, while here it gives us only 1 char, right? And for the Boolean, it is going to have true or false. Okay. So now let me go to my Eclipse, right? Let me go to my Eclipse. I'll create a new program. I'll call it new. I'll call it, I can't remember. I'm going to call it data types. String will be a combination, right? String will be a combination of multiple characters, right? For example, name, right? For example, name. Your name is Catalina, right? So now it's not a single character. It's multiple characters, right? It's multiple characters. Email, right? For example, your email will be, let's say, catalina@gmail.com, right? gmail.com, right? So now you have a combination of letters and the special characters, right? Your password, let's say your password will be Catalina123. Now you have a combination of letters and the numbers, right? So this type of data can be represented in the form of string, okay? Can be represented in the form of string. And we're going to look, there's strings, and there's a lot of things that we'll be looking at about the strings just on different classes throughout the course, okay? But for now, right, we are focusing on primitive data types, okay? So now what we have, guys, Java gives us, okay, you want to work with numbers, here's your set of data types. You want to work with non-numeric values, here's your set of different data types, right? So, okay. Oh, I'm missing my main. Let me type my main, guys. Let me bring my main method quickly. Public, I forgot. So this is what happens when you forgot. Static void main. Okay. And opening door, closing door, right? Okay, right, so let's do this. So what I have right now, I have a data, right? Okay, you know what? I want to represent, right? So let's go to our Facebook, right? My year is, or let's say my day of birth, let's say I was born on October 2nd, right? For example, right? What is the day? Day is 2nd, right? So now what I want to do, I want to have 2, right? So now my Java is complaining, right? Even if I add the semicolon, I cannot just have a 2 in my program, right? Here I'm representing 2, right? So now what do we have? Oh, actually 2, right? 2, it's a whole number, right? 2 is a whole number. Now what Java tells us, hey, if you want to represent a whole number, you can have byte, you can have short, you have integer, you can have long. Okay, you know what? Let me say byte, right? So the value 2, I'm representing in the form of byte, right? Java is still not happy. Java is still not happy. Now let's see what happens in here. Now, whenever we are processing the information, guys, right? Whenever we processing this information, in here, what I'm going to store, right? Right now, I want to store my first name, right? And then I want to store my last name. Now, this information is being stored and it's actually being saved, right? It's being saved. How come next time I can enter my email and I can enter my password, am I able to log in? Why? Because my information has been stored. Now, how this information is being stored, guys? These values are being stored in some special containers. Okay, it's being stored in some special containers. And how do we call these containers in Java? We call them variables. Yeah, at first variables, and then of course they go to the database, right? Which you guys also will be learning. But at first they store in the form of variables, right? Let's not, Alex, let's not go that deep. Yes, information is stored in there, but at first they are grabbed in store, right? And they grab and store in the variables. So now any data that we have, guys, any data that we have, where we will be storing it in our program, right? In our program, we need to store it inside the variables. Think of it, what is the variable? Variable is just a simply container, guys, okay? Variable is simply container, right? So now I have my 4, right? I have my numeric value. Now what I have to do, I need to store it inside a container. I need to store it inside the box, right? Here, now I have a different value. Value is decimals. I'll be storing it also inside a container, right? Here I have a single character. If there's a mistake, it should be single quotation. I'm storing it in different box, right? So now, whatever data I will be storing, right? Whatever data I will be working with, I have to store it inside my containers, right? So think of it when you have water, right? In order for you to use water, in order for you to drink a water, what you have to do first, you have to put it inside a glass, right? Or you want to drink your coffee. So first what you have to do, you have to put it inside your cup and only then you're able to use it, right? So now that's exactly the same thing we will be doing with our data, right? So now our data needs to be stored inside these variables, okay? Inside these boxes. Those boxes is a temporary placeholder, right? Coffee, while I have a coffee, it will be inside my cup, right? Then if I'm done, I can throw away the cup, right? But while I want to have this coffee, my coffee will be inside this cup, right? So now data need to be stored inside the boxes. How do I create this box? Okay, how do I create this box? So now what I need to specify, in order for me to create the box, right? And for different data types, there will be a different boxes, okay? So now what I need to do, I need to create a variable, right? So to create a variable, Java is very, very strict, guys. Java is very strict. Java says, okay, you need a variable to store the data. I'll give you the variable, but you need to tell me what are you planning to store in there, okay? So now a process of creating the variable has done in 2 steps. First, what do we need to do? We need to specify, hey, what type of values you planning to store? I am planning to store byte type of values, right? So now what will be the name of your container? The name of my container, let me call it, I don't know, I'll just call it box 1, right? Now what I would like to do inside this box 1, I want to store the value 2. To store the value inside the box, we will just place equal sign. So now what happens, guys? Now this is exactly this part, that's what exactly you see on the picture. So now you took the value 4, and now what you did, you stored it in the box. How did we name this box, right? Here, different name. And how did I name it? I named it box 1, right? So now I can give any name to my variable, right? I can give any name to my variable. Think of it, guys, it's like you have in the boxes, right? Let's say you're moving, right? You're moving from, I don't know, one city to another city, and now you want to store certain things, right? So what you'll be doing, you'll store your I don't know, you store your dishes in one box and then you will add the label, right? Then you store your clothes in another box, you will add the label, right? Then you add some, I don't know, food. You're going to store only food in there and you're going to add the label. That's exactly what we're doing right now. So what I have, yes, guys, name can be anything, right? So Tamara, you moving. Maybe I'm going to name it my box as a food. Maybe you're going to name it something different, right? Name can be anything. Name can be anything as long as you know where to find it later, right? Remember, guys, now you move to a different city. We will talk about warnings, guys. We'll talk about warnings. When you move to different city, now you have hundreds of boxes, right? Now, if you give a proper name to your box, you can faster find it, right? You can faster find it. So we will be also very careful in naming our boxes too. To boxing letters. Guys, we are going step by step, right? We are going step by step. So first, what are we doing, guys? We will be talking about storing numeric values. And I want to try all these different data types, right? Okay, so first we took byte. Now let's look short. Okay, you know what? Hey, Java, give me a box. Give me a box. Java, give me a variable, okay? So what is this variable, guys? It's basically what we're doing. We are taking a memory, right? We are taking the memory from Java, right? And that's where we're storing our values, okay? So byte, right? The next, let's say, one moment, guys. Let me representing storing all numbers, right? I just said Java say, hey, to work with the whole numbers, I'm giving you 4 different data types. Okay. We are going into difference, guys. Let's first type them. And then, of course, we look into difference. We will see why Java gives us so many, right? So storing whole numbers. Java says, I have 4 different ones. Okay, cool. So now first one, we have byte. Next one, we have short, right? Next one, we have short. I want to store short type of values inside the variable. Okay, so now what I need to give a name to my variable, right? Let me name it box2, for example, right? Box2, and it's still a whole number, right? Let me put it, I don't know, bigger number right now. I'll put it, I don't know, 1000, right? I'll put 1000. Okay, right? Storing a small number inside the byte, storing a little bit bigger number inside the short. Now, and next brother in the family, we have integer, right? We have an integer. So then I need to specify the name box3 equals, and let's take a bigger number, right? Let's take a bigger number. I'll store something like this. Okay, cool, right? And next one in the family, we have 4, box4, right? And the same thing, guys, because it's a name, no spacing, no spacing. Everything has to be combined. I'm combining a letter with my number right now, okay? Box4, right, equals, and let's give a very, 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 very long one number, okay? Okay, so now with the help of my byte, short, integer, and long, what I'm representing different numeric values, right? Different numeric values. So now, why Java gives us this so many variations in here, and what is the difference between byte, short, integer, and long? Okay, so different is about the sizing, okay? So remember, guys, Java was developed in 1995, right? 1995. So remember, guys, back in the days, 1995, there was a issue with the memory. You guys did when with Sumer, right? You guys look at that we used to have those, C drives, and there was really big, and then there was when we used to have USB. So now you can have the smallest USB that can store big amount of data, right? So the same thing in the computers, right? Before, the issue was a problem, right? Issue was a problem. So before, programmers, you have to be very, very careful in terms of what type of data type you are using, right? So now byte is being a smallest data type that can represent a whole number. This data type was using 1 byte of the memory, guys. I think 1 byte. Yep, 8 bits, 1 byte. That's what it was using, okay? So then short is a little bit bigger data type, right? So now you have a bigger box. Think that you have a bigger box. So now instead of bigger box, you can store bigger numbers, right? And then integer was another next one in the family, and it's bigger box, and the long is the biggest box, right? Is the biggest box. So now what do we mean in here? So now byte being a smallest data type, byte is being the smallest data type, so it can store, you know, smaller range of numbers, right? For example, what is the range? Can I store 127 number? Yes, I can store 127. But as soon as I'm going to store 128, look guys, my programming code shows me the issue. It shows me the issue. Why? Because right now 128, it's too big of a value that you're trying to place inside a small box. So now Java says, hey, if you have a number that is bigger than 127, please make sure go use short, okay? So byte has a range. Inside the byte, you can store a range from minus 128 till 127, okay? From negative 128 till positive 127, right? And now, okay, if I cannot fit 128 inside a byte, let me go to the next brother, short, right? But this is we're talking about back in the days, right? Because memory was the issue. Memory was very expensive, right? So now the next brother is a short. Inside a short, I can store any values from until, I don't remember all the range, and you guys won't need to remember this range, trust me. So let me see what is our short stars. Short goes all the way till here, right? So inside a short, you can store values from minus 32,768 or negative all the way till positive 32,767, right? As soon as your number, right? Now, what if you're working with numbers, right? So now as soon as your number becomes larger, now this box is becoming too small. The value that you're trying to store, 32,769 inside this box, it's too much. There's not enough space for it. So now that's why Java gives us, okay, you know what? If the short is too small for you, go to the integer, right? Go to the integer. So this is goes from here to here. And one thing, guys, do you have to remember this ranges? No, you don't have to remember the ranges, right? So why you don't have to remember the ranges? Because right now, guys, memory is not an issue. Look, we have an iPhone that is coming out is what, with 1 terabyte or 500 megabytes, something like that, right? So memory is not an issue anymore. So of course, and we will talk about what is the most popular data type that we'll be using, but this is for you guys to know, okay? And this is for you to know. So now integer, right? Hey, if you have a value that is bigger than this, go to the next brother. Integer. So integer will be the one that is most popular, guys. Most popular data type to use for whole numbers. Okay. To use for whole numbers. Okay. But then also Java gives us something called long, right? Remember, guys, our numbers can be long. For example, right? Think of it, guys, your our phone numbers, right? 10-digit numbers. It's a very long number. Or for example, when think of all the financial applications, guys. Whenever, if some of you have a mortgages, some of you have a loans, right? Or whenever you get in your mortgage, right, it gives you a long transaction ID, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever. So now to store those big of a numbers, Java tells, hey, whenever you have a very big numbers, they won't be able to fit inside an integer where you can store them. You can store them inside the long. Account numbers right there, right? Transaction IDs, account numbers. So there's a lot of a lot of numbers, guys, that you can store and use inside the long. Okay, social security right there, right? I mean, 9 in there, right? Can you use long everywhere? Yes, you can use long everywhere, but remember, long is memory is not the issue, but long is taking more space, right? It's still taking more space. And sometimes what do you guys whenever maybe you are typing, right? If your number becomes too long, right? Still not too big. If your numbers becomes too long, right? For example, this is your transaction ID, okay? That's ID, you will get a little error, right? You will get an error. So sometimes if you want to specify that your, if program will give you this arrow, you want to specify that you're using a long number, what we will have to, and we will have to add at the end letter L, okay? It can be a small L or it can be a big L, okay? It can be a big L. Maybe this was a little bit too big. Why is it? Oh, okay, let me change this. Right here. Yeah, so big. Okay. Right here, right? So lower, a small L or big L, okay? Big L. What is full name? Integer, yes, it stands for integer. INT, it stands for integer, okay? So once again, to represent whole numbers in our programming, right? Java gives us 4 different data types that can represent a long number. Byte, short, integer, long. What is the difference between them? Difference between them is in sizing, okay? How much size they occupied in your memory, in your RAM, right? And since the memory is not the issue anymore these days, the most popular, we just use an integer. Hey, I don't know, maybe I'm working on the, let's say I will end up working at the Freddie Mac, right? I don't want to think about, hey, maybe my loan will be 20,000 or maybe my mortgage will be 5 million, right? I don't know how the calculation, right? I don't know this in the future. You know what? Instead of guessing whether should I use BART or byte or integer, we're just going to use integer, okay? And out of this entire family, guys, short is the less popular family member, okay? But even the byte, these days, guys, mostly people don't use byte and short. The most one we will be using integers and longs, okay? One moment. Okay, those are not the errors, those are warnings, and we will talk about warnings, guys, okay? So now let's look at all data types first, okay? Now what I want to store, I want to, well, not store, representing, right? I will say representing and storing. And here we will be representing and storing. Okay. And now I dare say, okay, you know what? If you have to work with decimals, right? If you have to work with decimals, I'll give you 2 data types, right? I'll give you 2 data types. I'll give you float and I'll give you double, right? Okay, sure. So what kind of value is decimals, right? 199, right? So now I have the value 199. I would like to store it. I cannot just leave it like that. What I'm doing, I'm storing. How do we store the value? We're using the equal sign. So now where am I storing it? I need to store it inside the box, right? Whenever I'm using the box, I have to give a name, right? And it can be any name, guys. It can be any name. Why we using L at the end? This we have to specify that this number is a long number, guys. Once we learn a little bit about the casting, guys, okay, once we learn a little bit about casting in the few classes, then I will explain, okay? Because by default, Java treats it as an integer, and we want to specify that I'm using a long number, okay? So that's why we specify an L. Okay, now representing representing decimal numbers, right? Here's my decimal value. Now what I'm doing, I am storing it. I am storing it, right? So now what I would like to store it, I want to store it inside the box, right? And I can name it whatever I want, right? I can name it whatever I want. So how do you want to name your box, guys? It can be any name. It can be ABC. It can be whatever name you want to give. A, okay, fine. We will do A, right? We'll do A, right? So now Java still complains. Java still complains, and Java says, hey, you know what? Whenever you want to use the box, whenever you want to use the box, Java says, you have to tell me what are you planning to store. Okay, what are you planning to store? I'm planning to store a decimal values. Now, who can represent your decimal values? We have float, and we will use double. So now, whenever you specify a float, right, and you're trying to store decimal value, program also will give you an error, right? Program also will give you an error. So now what we have to do, we have to specify that I'm using a float. To specify that I'm using a float, I have to add F at the end, lowercase f or uppercase, uppercase F. Exact the same thing as we're using with the long, right? It can be a lower L or it can be a big L. You are specifying that this number is a long. Here you specifying that my number is a float, okay? So now let's do another one. For example, now I have, I don't know, 1999, right? 1999. So 1999 value, I want to represent, right? So now this 1999 value, I want to store inside a box. How do I want to name my box? I want to name my box as a B. Java complains. Java says, okay, I see that you want a box, you want a variable. I see that you want to store the value, but I'm very strict. You gotta tell me ahead, what are you planning to store? Hey, I'm planning to store decimals, okay? And this type of value can be represented in the form of float or double, okay? In the form of float or double. Amanda, please make sure you use lower D, okay? There's no upper D, it's a lower D. Okay, so two family members in here, two family members that can store decimal numbers, okay? So now the difference, okay? The difference between float and a double, its ability to hold those floating points, those decimal points, okay? So when we talk about float, float is able to hold up to 5 to 6 decimal places, right? And when we talk about double, double is a bigger, okay? Double is a bigger box that can hold about 14 to 15 places of decimals, okay? So this, I will be able to show you guys tomorrow. From now, you won't be able to see it, but especially whenever we guys will be doing the division, you guys will see the difference when we're going to store result inside the float or when we're going to start the value inside the double, okay? No, for double, no. Double is the, out of here, that's double will be the most popular data type, okay? And double. Yeah, you don't need to specify. This is by default. Think of it by default. Anytime you use decimals, Java treats it as a double. By default, when you use a number, Java treats it as an integer. Okay, but there's some processes that are happening inside, which we will look in the later class. Okay, so now we work with the numeric values, right? So now what we would like to do, I want to represent and store single characters. Who can who has an who can represent the single characters, guys? For double, you don't need it. By default, anytime we use a number with decimals, by default, Java treats it as a double value. And here we have char, all lowercase. Remember, guys, they have to be lowercase. Char, and the same thing. Hey, this is the data type I'm planning to store, right? Okay, where are you planning to store? Tell me the name of your container. Tell me the name of your box. Tell me the name of your variable. Okay, I can name it whatever I want. I can just put a variable, right? Or I can give a name, right? Let's say I'm storing one letter, right? I'm storing one letter. I'm gonna store one letter. Let's say, I don't know, hashtag, right? I want to store hashtag. There you go. To represent as, let me see, I'll name it character, right? Or I can have, let's say, char, and let me name it letter, right? I can store whatever letter, single letter I want. For example, this is an example, right? That's an example, okay? So to represent a single character, whether it's a one alpha character, whether it's one special character, it's hashtag in here. Next year, we are all getting warnings, and I'll go over those warnings, okay? And now one thing, guys, Java is very, very strict, right? Whenever we're trying to use the variables, right? And here our Java is asking, hey, what would you like to store, right? Hey, what would you like to store? I want to store a single character. And what we're doing, we are storing a single character, right? Hey, what I would like to store, I would like to store decimals, right? So Java looks, okay, they're planning to store who represent the decimals, my double, right? My double, okay. So what they need, they took a container, right? This is what happens, guys. I took a container B, right? This is the took a container by box. What is the name I have given? I have the name given the name B. Now what I did, I took the value 1999, right? 1999, and I placed it inside, right? Value 1999, it's a value that's a decimals, right? So now who can represent the decimals? I said, hey, I want to use double, right? Why? Because it's a double value, double type of value, right? Double, right? Double. Okay. And as I mentioned, Java is very strict. Now, if you said to Java, hey, inside this box B, right, inside the box B, I'm going to store double type of values, then you have to make sure. Then you have to make sure that you're storing only double type of values. So guys, if I'm going to, actually, maybe it will give. If you're going to store different type, right? For example, let's take in here whatever the number is, 1000, right? Now, if inside I want to store 1099, Java will complain, okay? Java will complain. Why? Because 199, it's not a whole number. 199 is not a whole number. 199, it's a number that has decimals, right? So now Java says, hey, you told me you're planning to store integer values. Why then you storing a double type of values? Don't trick me, right? Don't trick me. If you told me you're going to store integer, please make sure you have only integers in here, okay? Only integers. All right, guys, and a last one to represent and store, right? To represent and storing Boolean values. What do you mean by Boolean? We talk about yes or no, right? For example, when we talk about characters, what, 1999? Yeah, in here, 1999. Who can represent 1999? Java says, hey, if you want to work with the value 1999, make sure you store it inside a double or you store it inside a float. Okay. Hey, I want to work with the whole numbers. Okay, whole numbers, I give you a variety. Go use either my byte, go use either my short, or go use either my integer or my long, right? And majority of the time, we will be using our integer. Okay. Oh, of course, guys, it does not have to be. It can be more decimals, right? This is just me typing an example of the price. It can be anyone. Yeah, it can be any number of you wanna write B? No, it will give you the error. D, no, guys, it works, but you don't really need it. You don't need it. You don't need it because by default, Java knows anytime you type a decimal, Java knows that you're using a double. This process will be more clear, guys, once we talk about the casting. Okay, once we talk about casting. So now representing a Boolean values. Once representing the Boolean values, right? Look, it's either capital F or lower F. Okay, it does not matter. Same thing is in here. If you want to enforce, right? If you want to specify in your program and hey, I'm using a big number, it's not an integer number, I'm using a big number, right? You have to add either capital L or small l at the end. Okay, same thing in here. If you're not going to add f, your Java program will complain. Okay, you have to specify, hey, 199 I want to represent as a float value. Okay, it's a float value. Now, when you really think like this, right? How many decimal values we can have? It can be many, right? It can be many. I can have 199, 198, 197, 100, right? It can be n numbers of values that can be stored inside a float or can be stored inside a double. The same thing with the characters. Here, of course, we have the end, right? It can be all characters from A through Z, uppercase, lowercase, all the special characters, right? But still a lot. Now, when we talk about the Boolean, guys, Boolean has only two values. Boolean has only two values. It has a value true and it has a value false. That's it. Nothing else you can store inside a Boolean, right? Let me name it Boolean boo equals, we can store true, or let's say Boolean boo1 equals to false. That's it. Nothing else. There's no other values that Boolean can have, right? Hey, are you hungry? Yes, right? What we will say? Or let's say, let me say, not boo, let's say hungry, right? I am hungry, right? I am hungry. Boolean tired, tired. No, I'm not tired, right? So simply here, what we are saying yes, or we're saying no, right? Java don't have an option for maybe. Maybe. The difference between the float and the double, so first of all, float is a smaller data type compared to a double. Okay, it's a smaller data type compared to a double. So now double can store the numbers that go up to 15, 16 decimals, whereas the float can store and represent the accuracy only of values up to 6 and 7. Okay, up to 6 and 7 decimals. That's the difference, guys. This is a smaller data type, this is the bigger. This can store more decimal points, this can store less. Okay, all right. Okay, so Boolean, right? Boolean, yes or no. And the same thing, guys. Java, very, very name of variables. Case sensitive. So what will be important, guys? What will be important, right? If you have a box, right? If you're going to write something on the box, when you ask someone, right? So let's say you're going to send your son, hey son, can you find the box, right? Now, if you are going misspell something, or for example, if you're going to write uppercase and lowercase, right? Maybe you are not able to find it. So here, what do we mean by case sensitive? Now, when we store some value, what we'll be doing is we will be accessing that value. And whenever we want to access that value, we have to make sure we type exact the same box name, okay? The same box name. But let me summarize again, okay? Let me summarize again, okay, guys? So whenever we work with different information, right? With different data, right? Whenever we develop in our program, right? Whenever we develop in any software, so there's a different data that we have to work with. To work with different data, Java gives us different data types, right? For whole numbers, it gives this 4. For decimals, it gives this 2. To represent the one single character, it gives us 1 char. And to represent yes or no values, it gives us a Boolean, right? So now, to work with those values, they have to be stored inside the variables, right? So our variables are containers. Our variables are boxes that temporarily hold this value, right? That temporary. So right now I put the water in my glass. Now I have a water, right? I have this container that holds my water, okay? So now Java is very strict. Java say, hey, if you told me that you're planning to store Boolean values inside this box, now when you're going to try to store a numeric value, it will complain, right? It's, for example, if I have a plastic cup, right, where I'm going to add the water. Next time I decide to put a coffee, not going to work, right? So the same thing in here, Java says, hey, don't trick me, don't add anything. If you told me you're going to store Boolean, make sure you have only Boolean. Otherwise, your program is going to have that error, okay? Very, very strict. Okay. All right, guys. So now, why are we getting all these warnings in here? Why are we getting these warnings in here, right? Why are we getting this in here? Okay. The purpose of storing, guys, okay? So the purpose of taking the value and store it inside the variable. So later what we can do, we can use those values, right? If I'm going to put a cup of coffee in, if I'm going to put a coffee in the cup, right? What was the purpose? The purpose is because after that I want to drink it, right? It's not like I'm just going to put it and just leave it in there, right? Then if I'm just going to leave it in there, it will be unused, right? It will be unused, it will be wasted. So now, why do you want to put it if you're not going to use it in the future? So now we are getting the warning. Why are we getting the warning? Because it says, hey, you took the value, you stored it inside the variable, but you have not used it. You guys see the warning, it says not used. Then what is the purpose? Why did you take this variable if you're not planning to use it? Why? Well, what we did right now, we created 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 boxes we created, right? 11 boxes. So now space has been occupied in our memory, right? So the purpose of variables, what are we doing? We taking the value, we storing. So then in the future, we can use it, right? Think of it, guys, when you're using the calculator. When you're using the calculator, right, you want to perform some addition, right? So first you enter one number. That number that you enter, for example, 10, is getting stored inside this variable. Second number that you store, 20, is getting stored another variable. And then once you store them in two variables, now what we can perform addition or multiplication, division, whatever operation you have to perform on your calculator, right? So the same thing in here. Hey, you store the value inside the variable. Now please make sure you use it. If you don't have a plan to use those variables, then just simply don't use them. And for now, how are we going to use them? For now, we're just simply going to print them. We're just simply going to access those values. For example, guys, if I want to print, right? If I want to print system.out.print line, right? I want to print, I don't know, let me see. I want to print 127 this. How can I print 127? Tell me. So if I want to print, right? If I want to print 127, now what you look, hey, I took the value 127. Where did I store it? I stored it inside this variable, right? So now this variable holds that value, right? So now what we have to do, I need to call this variable, right? So where did I store 127? I stored in the variable box, right? Or we name it box 1, right? Store inside the box 1. So now what happens? Your program knows, right? Your program knows before what you did, right? Before what we did. Here, before what we did, right? Here, remember, your program executes top to the bottom, right? Top to the bottom, Java goes. And now on the line 8, what we created a box, right? We created a box. We gave it a name, box 1. We said, hey, inside this box one, I'll be storing by type of values. And I did store, right? What I stored 127 inside, right? And throughout the program, we created many boxes. Here, box was created. Here, box was created, right? Here, box was created. All these boxes. But remember, guys, all those boxes, what they all have a name, right? That's how I can differentiate. I can have hundreds of boxes. I can have hundreds of variables, but how can I differentiate? I can differentiate by name, right? By name. Now, on the line 28, right? All this till here, what are we doing? We're creating the boxes, right? Boxes, boxes, boxes in here. Now, on the line 28, I'm saying, hey, Java, please print me a box one. So now when we are calling a variable, okay, when we're trying to access the variable, guys, inside the variable, what we have? Values. Anytime we work with variables, we work with the values that we placed inside. So now when you're going to print right now box one, you're going to see in the output 127. 127, okay? And now what you guys will notice, the warning from this line has gone. The warning from this line has gone. Why? Because now your program sees, okay, they took a variable, they put the value inside, but now on the line 28, they are accessing it. So they actually using this variable. While in here, we just store the value and we are not using it. That's why in here you get in the warning that your variable has not been used. Okay? So now I'm going to print box one. Right? What you have 127. No, one value inside one box. Okay, one value inside one box. Yeah, you cannot store, if you want to store 127 and then 9 and then 0. No, that cannot do. One value per one box. Okay. Like here, I can store only water, right? If I'm going to mix something, that's not going to look that cool, right? Why you cannot see? Evgeny, can you please make sure you save? You save and then you probably will get it. Okay. No, that's the difference, guys. So now let me see what will be the difference. Now let's see, guys, what if I'm going to put it like this: system that out, that print line, right? Print line. So now I want to say box one, but what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to put it inside the double quotes. What do you guys think will be the output? It will be output this word. That's what I'm going to get, right? That's what I'm going to get. I'm seeing 127. That is output from the line 28. But in here, I'm seeing the output as a line 29, but entire word. Okay. So when we trying to access the variable, guys, when we trying to access the variables, there's no double quotation. Okay. There's no double quotation. But whatever you're going to put inside the double quotes, that's what you guys going to get. Okay, that's what you guys. All right, let me ask you this, guys. What if I'm putting like this? System that out, that print line, and I'm going to say box. Okay. So why my program is not happy? Why there's some error I'm getting? Because I don't have this. I don't have this variable, right? I don't have this box. It's, for example, guys, let's say the name that we don't have in here. Let's say I'm going to call Sumer, right? I'm going to start, hey, Sumer, can you help us? Can you do this, right? Can you type? Sumer is not there. He's never going to answer, right? So the same thing. I cannot have something, I cannot call something if I don't have it in there, right? I did not create this box. How can I use something if I did not create it, right? So throughout this, all these variables, they've been created and they stored inside the memory, right? They store inside the memory. Now, I don't have such a box. I don't have such a box, and that's why my program is confused. Hey, you want to access this, you want to access this variable, but I'm sorry, this variable is not exist, right? This variable, it doesn't exist. So make sure you guys to call access only variables that you created. Okay, it's like if you did not build something, how can you access it, right? If there's a house has not been built yet, you cannot live in there, you cannot put people in there, right? But only and only if it has been built, only then people can live there, and then you can specify the address. Okay, then you can specify the address. Okay. And I know, guys, you have a lot of questions, probably some things. We will go over all the details. We will go over all the details. You will understand why this is also being read, why there's a certain things are being I'm able to store, where there's certain things I'm not able to store, why I have L, why do I have to specify F, why I don't have to specify anything in here. We will learn all of that in details, guys. Okay, just as I always say, guys, hold your horses. Everything will be given to you, right? Just in the proportional, right? We don't want to throw all the things at you in the first class. Otherwise, guys, I'm going to have an empty class tomorrow. Okay, which I don't want to have, right? Okay, guys. So now what I want you to do, guys, can you please print? Actually, I think I have a task. Any questions for data types, guys? Any questions for data types? How many we have? Why do we have this many? And why do I have byte? Why do I have long? And any questions to the data types? Not so far. Okay, that's good. That's good. Okay, it's 250. Let's see what we have on the slides, guys. Okay, let's see what we have. Right? Same thing. Java has two data types, right? I like that, guys. I like that. You guys all should be excited, right? New knowledge is coming, and I hope so far it has not been that difficult, right? Non-primitive, there will be a lot. There's actually countless number of the non-primitives. And once we finish learning basics, then we will be strictly focusing on the non-primitive types. String is just one example. Okay, string is just one example. Okay, data types, right? Primitive, non-primitive. What kind of primitive data types we can have? The primitive data types can be the representation of the numeric values and of non-numeric, right? Out of the numeric, you can have whole numbers, integers in here, right? Decimals or floating points, right? There's a 4 data types that can represent integer values. There's a 2 data types that can represent floating points, and 2 data types that can represent non-numeric. But all of this, guys, all of this is a part of non-primitive types, right? Here of the, oops, primitive, sorry. Right here, 8 of them, right? Here's 8 of them that represented my primitive types. And when it comes to non-primitive, guys, there will be unlimited. Here, think of it, it's unlimited. Unlimited. Okay, it will be unlimited. What is the difference between F and F? Denise, once we look into the string, okay, once we look into the string, the F and F here will look the same, but if you're going to store them differently, they will be treated as a different data types, right? They will be treated as a different data types, okay? So for example, guys, right? For example, I have a numbers, right? I have a numbers, right? I cannot store Boolean in here, right? I cannot store Boolean in here. Why I cannot store a Boolean? Because what is the purpose of storing those values? Because in the future, I'm going to use them, right? So whenever we are working with numbers, there are some arithmetic operations we will be performing, right? Why do I want to store inside a Boolean? Because I will be verifying where there's some things are marked as yes, whether some things are marked as no, right? Every different data type has a purpose, right? And later when we'll be doing the strings, right? When we'll be learning the strings, when we learn how to store a sequence of characters, because right now I have a single character, right? We'll be storing in the form of strings. Why? Because with the strings, you can do different things, right? I can write my name Asel as an uppercase. I can write it as a lowercase. I can do conversion, uppercase, lowercase, all uppercase, right? There's a lot of different manipulations you can do based on the different data type, okay? So in here, guys, when you talk about a smaller f and bigger f, it does not really matter. Okay, here it does not really matter. So this, whichever one you want to use. The same thing as L small, L lower, okay? This does not really matter. Right, so non-primitive, guys, we will be focusing starting class 11 and 12. That's when strictly pure focus will be on our non-primitive types. And here you guys will see I go to represent numeric values, right? This is 4 different family members to represent decimal values. You have float double, single character char to represent false, true or false. We use Boolean, right? Here you guys will see the range that byte can hold, short can hold, integer can hold, and of course long. So you don't need to remember that range, but this is just for your own knowledge, right? Byte is being the smallest data type and then increasing from byte, we go to short, integer, long. This is stores, byte occupies 1 byte of memory. This is occupies 2 bytes of memory, 4, and then 8 bytes of memory, okay? And the same thing with the float and the double, okay? So double is being a bigger than the float. And whenever we work with those values, now what do? You cannot just have a value by itself. Those values have to be stored inside the containers. And how do we call those containers? We call them variables, okay? We call them a variable. And in order for us to use the variable, right? So we need to give a name, but besides giving a name, we will have to specify a data type, right? Here I have a box with the name A. What I'm planning to store in there, I'm planning to store float type of values, right? If I'm trying to store different type of values, that's when my program complains, right? I'm planning to store Boolean type of values. If I'm going to store a number, my Java is going to complain, right? So now what happened in here? I created a variable. I give it a name as hungry, right? Now this variable is of which type? This variable of the Boolean data type. It means this variable can hold only Boolean type of values. Okay. Sentences, paragraphs, that will be strings. Why? Because a sentence is a combination of letters, right? Numbers, spaces, those are special characters, right? In all other things. When you have a mix of everything, it will be a string. Okay. Okay, let's see. Okay. Okay, good. I will leave you these slides. I will leave you these slides, and of course we will go over tomorrow, but please make sure you look into them. Right, make sure you look into them, and I'll give you the task, guys. Okay, so this will be your little homework task. Okay, and this is the same, guys. This is just for practicing, right? Because right now I was just able to create the variables, and here I was able to access only one. So your homework, guys, I want you to create a program. Now it's Java class, right? Practice variables, and then I want you to create the variables to store different primitive types, right? You have 8 primitive types, right? And what do I mean to store the range, right? For example, I want you to try to store the way I did it in here, right? Try to store try to create 2 variables of byte, because the lowest one will be minus 128, right? As soon as you're trying to go minus 129, value is too big for the small box, right? So that's what we mean by testing the range. Okay, that's what we mean by testing the range. Store max and minimum value of that of that variable, okay, of that variable. And then what we want you to do, I can remove that. Do you have any other colors in your program? Okay, Mozan will help you. Okay. Okay, and then what you guys will have to do, I want you to print the value of each variable, okay? So for example, the way we did it in here, I'm not going to print 127, right? I'm not going to print can I print 127? Yes. But then what was the purpose to store it 127 in here, right? What was the purpose? So we store values inside the boxes, inside the variables, so then later we can use them, right? Later we can use them. Okay, so I'm not going to type 127, I'm going to type 1. Okay? So this will be your homework, guys. The homework, I will send it, in the course announcement. Please do it. So this homework, whenever you guys done, you can just share it in your syntax students channel. This is just little homework I'm giving you. But tomorrow, guys, I will give you your official homework. I think that will be about 17 or 16 questions that you guys will be doing on different platform. Okay. Any questions, guys? Any questions? I hope it was clear. If it was not, well, it's not 90% clear. That's what's good, right? So please make sure you guys practice. Please make sure you guys practice. Please make sure you do homework. And I'm going to see you tomorrow at 10 o'clock. And we will go more over about details, you know, about here. I'll leave you the slides. Please make sure you look at them. We will go over about naming convention. How should we name our variables? How should we name our classes? What is allowed? What is not allowed? What we can do with those variables, okay? So there will be a lot of things that we will be going. Michael, I'm sure you can do this homework very, very quickly. Do you have any questions? False, right? Slides, yes, guys. Slides will be on Canvas, guys. I'll upload my notes in Canvas as well. And then programs, every single program that we created today, it's also will be available in Canvas. For now, everything will be there until you guys will learn one pretty cool tool in which you won't need to go to Canvas after that, okay? But until then, everything is on Canvas except the video. Okay. All right, guys. Thank you. Please practice. Look into the topics that we will be covering tomorrow, and I'll see all of you at 10 o'clock, right? Okay. Thank you, guys.